Come on in, crystal. Come, come on in. Crystal's here, let's begin. No time for that fake stuff. Diamond in the rough, we dive in. Nose wide. Real talk, hit it hard. Opinions raw and real. Crime talk, that's the deal. Crystal's crime conversations. Real talk, no hesitations. Crystal's crime conversations. Fun around raw, all sensations. Welcome, come on in. Fun and raw, all sensations. Let's go. Welcome, come on.
In a land of nonsense where the crazies all flock, there's a crew of misfits who will twist your clock. They'll turn your normal day into a total freak show where up is down and you'll never know. They'll make you think your lunch is a government plot, that your favorite old hat has a mind you forgot. If your shoelace breaks, they'll scream that's treason. Every small thing becomes a major season. They'll tell you that your shadow is plotting a coup, that the moon in the sky is spying on you. They'll take a dull moment and give it a twist, till your mind's spinning and you can't resist. They're the tragedy pimps with a tail so tall, turning every little quirk into a great big blow. With a snap and a crack, they'll flip your frown, so you're laughing so hard you can't come down. One of them claims that his taco's alive. Another says the neighbor's cat took a dive. They'll take the mundane and give it a shove, till you're believing it's all from above. They'll swear your goldfish is a secret spy, say your microwave is making you high. That sneeze you had, it's the start of a plague. They'll pimp out your paranoia, no need to beg. They'll tell you your slippers are plotting at night, that your TV remote's starting a fight. They'll twist every scene, no matter how small, till you're doubled over laughing at it all. They're the tragedy pimps with their twisted game, making every tiny mishap something insane. With a chuckle and a roar, they'll spin your strife, till you're howling with laughter all through your life. They'll say your cereal is part of a cult, claim your toothbrush is leading a revolt. Your morning coffee, it's poison in disguise. They'll twist every truth till it's packed with lies. They'll tell you that your cat's in on the plan, that your doorbell rings with a secret clan. The mailman's a magician, casting spells on the street. They'll take every mundane thing and make it elite. Your laundry's alive and it's plotting a scheme. They'll say your dreams are more than they seem. These tragedy pimps will turn your whole day into a crazy circus, come what may. They're the tragedy pimps, spinning webs of deceit, turning every little thing into something offbeat. With their outlandish tales, they'll hook you tight, till you're laughing so hard you'll stay up all night. They'll tell you your sandwich is sending out codes, that your favorite shoes are on secretive roads. Your haircut's a signal to aliens above. They'll pimp out your life with stories you'll love. They'll take your morning walk and make it a race, say your favorite show's a hidden disgrace. But don't be fooled, it's all just a joke. These clowns of chaos, they'll give you a poke. They're the tragedy pimps with the circus so wild, turning every little moment into something defiled. But it's all in good fun, just a ridiculous spin. You'll be laughing till the very end with a grin.
This is like the extra spicy. I'm like, no, 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 Batman. All right, okay. I heard a fuck up house, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And then we go home. I was like, "You're gonna turn this motherfucker around right now." And instead, and he's like, "I can't believe this motherfucker, this and the other, right?" So then we turn around and we end up meeting them at her aunt's house, like whatever the fuck it is, 2 doors down from Andy's parents' house. And Andy gets out the fucking Jeep and's like, "Bitch, look here. Don't you ever be on my fucking property again." Because he knew she was in his inbox calling him white trash and all kinds of shit because she thought after I cut contact with her, I wouldn't know that she, because when I did that, she started immediately trying to message Andy, but I could see the message. And I guess she assumed nobody else, it would be her trying to fuck with Andy and lie about me or whatever. And that's just the type of devious she is.
So do you think she had a thing for Andy?
No, it's just she's crazy, man. Seriously. And she thought, well, I'm pissed at this bitch, so I'm going to talk to Andy and be like, blah, blah, blah. That's what she did. At the same time, she gets a hold of my sister, Amy, and starts talking shit, wanting to know why I'm so mad at her. And my sister is like pretty neutral, like she'll try to calm the situation, right? But she knows how Amanda is. She's the one told me to stay the fuck away from her. Then, but Amy will say one thing to another, right?
So what we're listening to is a conversation I had with Jodisue Brown. I've gone over this conversation a few times. I've put the videos out. Yes, I recorded this sneakily behind her back, but that's because the bitch was bribing me with an attorney as she was getting ready to fucking sue me. Or not her, but chicken on a stick. Today, I'm going through some Amy content. I was actually going to go over a live I had with Benny, where Benny had come up on my panel and had spoken about Amy and had his concern with Amy. And I don't have that pulled up because I ended up pulling so much up. I don't even know what to show. Let me turn my phone down. And for those of you that have been messaging me on Facebook and an email, I'm sorry. I have not had a chance to get to my messages. Sort of been ignoring them. Not because of y'all. Turn this down. Hold on. Okay. So anyways, hey Deb, Boober, CM, Selena, Mountain Life Desert Girl, anybody else coming in if I missed anybody. But anyways, so she's telling you, I want to give you some reminders of some things Amy said before we go on and listen to this. Now, I got all kinds of shit pulled up here, and I'm not sure exactly where we're going. But some of this conversation, I plan on being here a while, I guess. That's something else. That's something else. Hold on. I'm not sure what this is. So let me start off with when my problem started with chicken on a stick. It was because I had sent Amy, Jodisue's sister, a message of concern. about Jodisue. I was genuine. I was sincere. I was concerned. I posted proof blindly, stupidly on. Yep, Boober. Thanks. I usually put makeup on. I have my days. Yesterday I didn't. Anyway, so, and I put red lipstick on for the first time since I fell on my face and lost a fucking tooth. Like, I don't want to draw attention to my lips, but I love red lipstick, and I got my Def Leppard shirt on today, so. All right, so it had started because, and how long is this? This is 4 minutes. My fight with them had started because I had messaged Amy. It's part of my fight. They were already attacking me over Squall, right? Like, Squall was pissed off at me because I brought some way more lock shit out. And then when I messaged Amy, it felt to me like it gave them ammunition. I can't say the fucking word today. Ammunition. There you go. To have more to come at me with after I had said I don't believe Squall's story about her essay with Frank Light. I still don't. I don't give a fuck. Attack me for being that bitch. I don't care. I think she's a fucking liar. Anyways, fucking you wear a diaper to this fucking baby Huey. So here's the beginning. Let me just play this. Where's my sound? Hold on. This has sound on my channel. I took my own out. It has music. What it is messages. You can go on my channel and look up Amy messages to see this. But this started a fight. Okay, it's not a big deal. I have no clue what you're talking about. No one is in danger that we are aware of. This is when Jodisue was saying she was in danger all the time on YouTube and on her Facebook. I had genuine concern. I was worried about Jodisue. I had gone out and posted it in my community post. Well, chicken on a stick threw a fucking fit. Not Amy. I reached out to Amy. Amy was not upset about it. And they attacked me further. Anyways, I'll share the link to this in a little bit so you can read the whole thing. Because it was just for me to show you. I got a lot more to get to. Oh, wait. What's coming out? Yeah, it's just messages. Okay. Let me go back to the page. We're going to take that off. I have that video on my YouTube. You can read it with other shit. So, this is a part Gavel Geeks did not have on her channel when I took. Oh, yes, she did. Yes, she did. I had found we're going to be here a while today. We're going to go over Amy and chicken on a stick. So, I had found, let me see, this live that I've been looking for quite some time where Amy should speak further about what she says on the live, the piece of the live I'm about to show you. I'm a little all over the place. I promise you guys will understand by the end.
No. Real simple question.
Both videos I'm showing will be from Lippy. She puts good shit out. I'll share the link of the second one.
And if you're not comfortable answering anything, just say so. I have no problem at all with that, and I wouldn't even hold it against you in the least. But if you could make one general statement about your sister Jody and the disappearance of Summer, what would you have to say? Would you have any concerns about her at all? Would you have any concerns that there might be some kind of knowledge or involvement or anything of the like?
No. No,
No.
I wouldn't. No.
Okay.
No.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
So you don't think that she had anything to do with it, right?
No, not at all. No, I think that I think she got into a bunch of shit she shouldn't have been in, and she should just stay out of it. She had nothing to do with it. I don't think that her, Andy, Boogie, none of those people are actually capable of doing any of those things. She might be a really crazy person, but she's not capable of hurting a child. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what
Good.
I was
I'm glad
thinking.
that you feel that way. And
Yeah, me too.
Reassuring.
It is,
Well,
and it's one of those things where she just wanted. It seems like she just wanted the attention. Is that something that you've seen with her in the past?
I believe that, yes. I think she got involved in, like I said, she got involved in something that she shouldn't have been part of, and wound up having to, I guess, keep manifesting drama for that reason.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that is what it
So
seems
when you
like.
say something that sorry, Jenny, sorry. I have
No,
been
you're
drunk
fine.
multiple times tonight.
You're totally fine.
When you say she got him, mixed up in something or involved in something she shouldn't have been a part of, could you elaborate on that or
Just
give an example?
telling stories that she should have been telling, getting involved in things that she
Okay.
shouldn't have been involved in. Like, she had nothing to do with that. It was the next door neighbor, and she thought it would get her some attention, and that's where she went with it.
Okay.
Do you have any knowledge of any prior substance abuse with Jody?
Substance abuse, like drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
No, not any more than I really don't. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have a really good relationship with her.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's fair.
Yeah.
I live in a different city. I moved away a long, long time ago, and I have not lived in the same town that they've lived in for a very long time. And I kind of removed myself from that situation, and it just got
A little bit of commentary. That makes me sad for Jody. Jody sticks up for her sister a lot, and her sister often says mean things about Jody, but while saying nice things, like I don't think Jody would do anything to Summer or things of that nature. So you don't know why yeah. But here's the kicker. She acts like she lives a million miles away from her family, and she doesn't. She literally lives in Johnson fucking City. So it ain't like they don't see each other. She doesn't visit. I'm going to give you my commentary on this piece real quick. She's going to tell you about the divvying up of the land while she gets pissed off at Jodisue Brown for talking about like the land is hers, which that ain't true. Jody, they say to her, it's a piece of the land, and that's what the sister goes with. She took over all the holidays. Jody's never shown up to any of the holidays. Like, this gets really deep. However, that's not why I'm here. I'm here because at the end of this, what Amy is going to say is that people were following her. Now, I am guilty of putting out text messages. No pictures of Amy and her husband. Now, Justice for All is. She's going to tell you about that. Okay? She's going to get into a little bit of depth. I have this whole thing brought up. However, I haven't listened to the other interview in so long, and I've shared this one a million times that I don't know if we're going to go over the whole interview. But this piece in particular is important to me because it shows Amy's character. She laughs at the fact that they call Jody loaf. They start talking about her mother. I think it's this one where they start talking about her mother, Jody threatening to tie her mother up and set her on fire. And if not, that's in all of it. Hey, Earl. Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, let's just get to this.
To the point where I was being harassed as well. And then I didn't have a choice but to get involved.
Right.
If that makes any sense. Like,
It makes
It
perfect
does.
people are
sense.
following
Okay, so it's not at the end. It's right there. We'll go back just a minute.
that situation, and it just got to the point where I was being harassed as well. And then I didn't have a choice but to get involved.
Right.
If that makes any sense. Like,
It makes
It
perfect
people are
sense.
following me around and taking pictures of me, and people are harassing me on Facebook and
Oh,
things like that. And I didn't have a choice but to get involved at that point.
Yeah, because of what.
Okay, so we could come back to that. Thank you. I'm glad that was at that spot. So people are following her around. Now we're going to continue on to Lippy. Something I'm worried about. Actually, we're not going to continue on to Lippy. I'm going to show you something. This is her husband's LinkedIn. This is an old LinkedIn. This is proof he worked at Toyota of Bristol. He also is manager of sales or something, president of something. It's all over. I had images of it. I couldn't find them in a quick time to pull this out. But recently, her husband, through Hudson Automotive Group, has done, this is a first look at her husband. You're going to see what kind of man and what kind of work he does.
My name is Mark Turner. I'm the general sales manager at Johnson City Toyota. I was a salesperson. I'm sure like a lot of people. And the way that I made the transition from salesperson to I guess into management was basically started to do the job before it was my job. One of the key lessons I've learned is that no matter what you want, no matter what your goal is, right, you need to make yourself the obvious choice for that. And what I mean by that is that everyone around your sphere, let's say that you want to get to that next level, they have to know that, hey, you are the choice. You're the choice because, you haven't, stopped developing. You have, done all the things. You're actively already doing the job, right? So to put yourself in a position to where, it makes sense that, hey, we need a desk manager. Well, Mark's the guy or whoever's the guy. So don't ever stop learning. It's that simple. You got to keep growing. I had a general sales manager tell me one time that if you're green, you're growing, and if you're ripe, you're rotten. So always investing in yourself, always have a sales book, a leadership book, and if you keep investing in yourself and believing in yourself, you're going to get to where, you're wanting to go.
That's just my proof he works at Toyota in a higher position. They can't find the red truck. Why is that? Something tells me the red truck did not have license plates. This is a family who has lots of access to lots of red Toyota trucks. Actually, I think we're just going to be here for a while. I'm going to come down and not give commentary because I want you to actually listen to Amy in the first interview. Then we're going to do the second interview. This is going to be a work day for me because I want to play this conversation I had with her. I want to tell you how chicken on a stick ties in. I want to show you how chicken on a stick ties in with this video, which is another 50 minutes put on 1.75. Hopefully you guys can understand it. If not, I'll slow it down. I want to show Chicken on a Stick's first, a little bit of her first interview. I just think it's important to understand that Amy and Chicken on a Stick were best friends, and Chicken comes out here. And in this video I have of Jodisue, which I put on today and never really listened to, this was pre-lawsuit. This is when Jodisue, I had just told Jodisue who Chicken on a Stick was, and she come out with the story of why her and Chicken on a Stick fought. She has since taken this video down, but it does not match this phone conversation I had with her. So it's concerning to me. But anyways, let's move on. I showed you who her husband is. She goes on to tell Benny and Tim and TM. Oh, I was on this. Uh-oh. This was about me. I'm not. Holy hell. I didn't even realize that. This should be good. She goes on to tell them about her being followed, and I believe it was in this live. I'm hoping it's in here. This is 47 minutes. I'm going to come down and we're going to listen. Let's listen to this one for a little while because it's one I've never shown. Or I have, and it's been a very long time.
Do you have a public Facebook?
No, everything, like my own family can't even see like where I work or nothing. Like even if my own husband looks at my Facebook page, he can't see.
Locked down real bad.
Yeah, I had to because of Crystal.
Do you think it was maybe before? Do you think you got stuff before you private and everything?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But that picture is from like 2013.
Really?
So now this is because of me, because after we got into a fight and I started showing shit. However, her pictures were already out there. In the first interview, she tells us, and we'll go over that. She tells us that Justice for All, and she's cool with Justice for All, giving her information. Man, I don't even know where the fuck to start tonight. This is so much. I should have really just taken this apart. But let's just listen.
It's been a really, really long time ago. They would have had it way, way back.
Okay.
And then there was a picture of my nephew and Mark on there. We're not really sure how they got that one either. I don't even have that picture.
Crystal put that up? Okay, yes. I know the one. I know the one you're talking about.
It was just kept sending me screenshots of like, did you know this was on here? And I'm like, nope, I do now.
How do you feel about it? Because you are able to strike, if it's a privacy thing, you can actually take it down for privacy. You have a YouTube account, so you're able to. It's really easy. I don't know if you'll be able to do it with community posts. I don't know if you even care that it's there or what, but so like you're not comfortable with Crystal posting your vehicles on her channel. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think she posted it.
Oh.
It was someone else. I'm not really sure.
Killer did it. Was it Benny? Was it Killer that posted the truck?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't really mind, but it's on there. It's just like, where are they getting these pictures from? Because everything should be set to private, like completely.
It was Justin for All. Grab your clutch pearls. She says it in the first one. I didn't post these motherfucking pictures. All I posted was our fucking messages. Yet Tiffany and Benny have her on here. I haven't listened to this in a very long time. I don't even remember it. But they have my shit pulled up there like I did it. I didn't do that. I posted our fucking messages, and I posted our messages on my motherfucking community post. Amy, you are welcome at any fucking time to come grab a fucking link, and we can go over this and figure it out who posted what. That's some fucking bullshit.
Is that photo on your Facebook?
Nope.
No. Okay. Where was it? Anywhere?
I would have had to have been on my husband's from like 2013, maybe.
Okay.
He didn't have his lockdown like I do, but I thought he did. I could be wrong. The thing that really bothered me was the post that Crystal made. She posted my husband, his picture, all of his coworkers, their pictures where he worked, and was trying to convince these viewers to call the dealership and not harass, but file complaints that weren't even real. And someone said,
I never asked anybody to file a fucking complaint. I posted pictures proving he was like a higher tier worker at Toyota because my vision still stands. We're missing a red Toyota truck. You're telling people you're being followed the fuck around. So yes, just like I posted this video of your husband right now. Where'd it go? Motherfucker, I clicked it out. You guys just watched it. I posted a Google search of your husband working for there on a public website, Johnson City Toyota, and what his position was. That's what I posted. It was nothing from fucking Facebook. It was public information. Anybody can go fucking research it. Those are the pictures I was searching for that I said I couldn't find. So I'm glad she mentioned them. There's the proof that they're out there.
sent that to me. I think this happened yesterday, maybe.
Goodness.
Okay. Did you guys
I
see?
had that picture.
I have screenshots of it, but yeah, that was a little much.
I would
Luda.
definitely alert, their work and let them know, someone had, messed around on the internet just to give them a heads up. I mean, there's a lot of weirdos out here, so I'm really sorry. I don't know why she's.
And I never, ever, ever told anybody to call his fucking job. If anything, I said, don't call his job. I'm not that kind of channel. I never have been. And the people that have been subbed to me for a long time know that. I will call somebody my damn self if I feel something needs to be called. Why would I even give content to another fucking creator? Are you fucking kidding me? Didn't nobody fucking tell anybody to call your fucking job or your husband's job? Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Doing that to you. So, okay. Do you feel like, so is she a problem for you, Amy?
She is now.
Yeah. All right.
Oof.
She is now. I've
I
asked
think-
her repeatedly to leave me alone, and clearly it's.
You have
Oh, yeah.
asked her to leave you alone?
Yes.
When did you ask her to leave you alone? Was it recent?
When she posted that video, like she sent me some message about how sorry she was that my father had kidnapped my sister and this and.
Yo. This bitch is a straight liar. Hold on. Give me 1 minute here, guys. I'm going to post a link to this video. It's all of our messages. You can make an educated decision yourself. You just as bad as Jodisue, girl. Hold on. Where's these fucking messages? Oh, where did they go? Give me a minute. I want to make sure I put these up here for all of y'all. If not, I'm just going to have to let that fucker play and my live's going to be longer. Ooh. Did I private them? Here they are.
But like it's so
You know what? We're just going to let this play before we go on any further. when you're blocked, you can't chat, right? When you're blocked, you can't send a comment or a message, but it doesn't mean you can't see it. So here is Amy Turner, Jodisue's sister, blatantly lying to me, telling me she cannot see Jodisue's YouTube. No, I could see anybody whose YouTube is noticeable. You can't private somebody from seeing a YouTube. You just can't chat. She's a fucking liar. I don't have them last few messages we had, but she said if you have to put them out, go ahead, put them out. I thought we ended our messages on a good note. I was telling people not to fucking harass her. Y'all see that? Bitch, you funny as fuck.
Yada yada yada. And I was like, what are you talking about? My father didn't have anybody. We don't have the same father, by the way.
Yeah, you don't have the same.
I guess she didn't realize that. Like,
yeah,
my father and her father are not the same person.
She's a little slow on the uptake. She's just catching up.
Jody's dad's in prison, correct? Like that's her dad.
I think so. Yes, he may be out now. I'm not really.
Okay, fair enough.
I do know he went to prison.
Okay,
but I'm not. We stay away from him. I don't.
Yes.
I don't like him, and
I don't blame you.
I hope he stays there forever. But yeah, we don't have the same father. But then she turned right around and made some video about guess who I just talked to, JSB's sister, and then drug me into a bunch of stuff, and I didn't even know who she was at the time. Like I didn't have a clue any of this was really even happening until people started telling me, hey, by the way, like this is on here and this is on here. I think you might want to take a look at some of this. Like they're basically talking about you. And I started looking into it, and well, here we are. But yeah, she made me angry with that, and I was like, just stop, leave me alone, leave my name out your mouth. Like,
yeah.
And she did.
Well, ask her. You know what? You can ask her again if you want to publicly. That way, maybe she'll hear it this time and heed the warning. Are you planning to take this further if she continues? Like, are you planning to maybe, report that it's happening to you if she continues to do it, or how do you think you're going to handle it?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't think it would do any good.
Yeah,
honestly.
She has been sued already and lost.
Yeah, she's been.
She's right back doing it again. So
yeah.
I remember this now. Oh, I'm so happy this is what we're listening to. I've been sued already once and lost. Benny. That was such a fucking lie. The case was dropped. Didn't nobody lose? He's going to go on to say that I had to pay money to Chicken on a Stick. That never. Appy Blue, Alexandria Hunt, Alexandria Nicholas, all the fucking names this bitch fucking goes by. I never paid that bitch a red fucking cent. That's slander, that's defamation, that's a lie. I have a right. Like, I don't mean to be bringing old shit up. I didn't expect all this. I'm looking for something else. But, Benny, I'd like to know about that. Who told you I paid anybody anything? Interesting.
At the end of the day, it didn't make any difference. You'd just be forking out money to pay somebody to not be able, they're not going to be able to do anything about that anyway. I really don't
Yeah.
think that would
I don't know if she's like harassing you though, or
Well, there's also a guy following me around, and that's been going on for a long time too. This
Yeah.
someone clearly knows where I work.
in real life following you.
Yeah, he has been for a long time.
There we go. Just what I'm looking for. What did she say right before that, though? I was going to comment.
Or again, if you want to publicly, that way maybe she'll hear it this time.
She ain't going to sue me because I have nothing to give. She already sent Chicken on a Stick to sue me. They already knew I don't have nothing but this piece of shit fucking falling down fucking house. Y'all ever see that fucking movie? Fuck, I had the name of it the other day with Goldie Hawn and Steve Martin. They buy that piece of shit fucking house. That's my fucking house. Y'all want it? Come fucking get it. Guess what? I'm behind on my taxes too. Because my husband played fuck shit because of the games these people fucking played out here. And I had no income all year. Ain't that fun? Y'all destroyed my life with your fucking lies.
And heed the warning. Are you planning to take this further if she continues? Like, are you planning to maybe, report that it's happening to you if she continues to do it? Or how do you think you're going to handle it?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't think it would do any good,
Yeah.
honestly.
She has been sued already and lost.
Yeah.
She's been.
She's right back doing it again. So
yeah.
At the end of the day, it didn't make any difference. You'd just be forking out money to pay somebody to not be able, they're not going to be able to do anything about that anyway. I really don't.
Yeah.
Think that would
I don't know if she's like harassing you though, or
Well, there's also a guy following me around, and that's been going on for a long time too. This
never
clearly knows where I work.
in real life following you.
Yeah, he has been for a long time.
Okay.
It could be a coincidence, but it didn't start until all of that happened, and it chilled out for a little while, and now it started again.
So, but you have description of the truck, and I mean, you get that to the police if it escalated and you need to, Mr.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a car.
A car. Okay.
Yeah, it's a car.
Protect yourself. That's the main thing. Protect yourself.
It just bothers me that this person clearly knows where I work because that's where they follow me to. Is my job.
Where do they follow you, from home to work?
I really don't know because I've never seen it near my house, but I don't really stand at my front window and look out the window either. I notice it because it pulls in. I always stop at this one store on my way to work. And
oh my
gosh, the same time every day, same days of the week. And the car will always back in so that I can't see the tag number. And the person sits across the street from the store and takes pictures of me and records me.
Whoa.
I think you should report that, hon. I'm serious. Like if someone's, don't even mess around with that. It might not have that might be, and I'm not trying to scare you. Please don't think this, but to protect yourself. What if that's something in real life that has nothing to do with any of this and it's just a coincidence and there's a weird.
What if it's the fucking feds following the lady with a Toyota truck car dealership connection? I am going to go on my page. Oh boy, this is alive. We are going to go on my page and look for what I wanted to look for earlier. Where are you, Benny? Benny came on my panel not long after this. And some, just the chat with Mr. Keys 2 years ago. Here it is.
I would agree, but then you got to kind of try to figure out.
Even Jose to me is still country town to city to small little
thing, but it just, I was just using him as an example, right? Like,
yeah, with all the shady dealings. What was some of the questions you had for me earlier? To be down to earth too, like that's why I don't. One had messed up and said that he was in. So we're only going to listen. I don't know how long this is, but we are only going to listen to the part where we talk about Amy. I believe it's this live. Please, I hope it is. Benny's been on my channel a couple times. I'm pretty sure it's this live, where Benny had said to me, well, ain't you concerned about the people in the black car following Amy around with cameras taking pictures? And then boom, I get lawsuits from Linda. Rogersville and seen some kid or something, and then he like stopped himself and was like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. So then it came out that he had to come back for a P test. And I guess he stated on Daisy's that I think it was or Jankies, one of the two, that after they told him it was okay for him to leave, and now they're summoning him back. So I don't know what that's about. I think with recent events, arrests and such, that they would probably want him back there for a reason. That's just my opinion. I don't know what that reason is, but I guess it's just wait and see. You know, they've been quiet since. We haven't heard much from them, so.
I mean, I think that it's kind of strange that, I mean, unless Candace is staying in Arkansas for her own safety, whether that be from the jails or I don't know what, you know, I mean, it's.
Yeah, it is strange that she's staying back.
Yeah, he got fired. Yeah. So they both been fired, right?
That's what they're saying. I didn't hear him say that, but really, I think we've had COVID this week again or something. So I'm just getting over it, and I've just pretty much been in my community posts. I haven't been paying attention so much. So, but I mean, I know the gist of what's going on, but I didn't hear all the details.
Allegedly taking care of Don's daughter.
Yeah, that's what Dawn had said, that she had had some kind of bone infection and needed surgery, and Candace was going to stay down there for 6 months and help her, or 6 weeks or something. Yeah, so I don't know what that's about, but you would think, you know, with Summer being gone and Dawn having to come down there and parents that want answers, you would think Candace would go back with him. I mean, the girl's done it for 30 some years without Dawn and Candace. It isn't like they've been a staple in her life, so I don't understand why now Candace is staying behind. And that's just my opinion, you know?
I mean, because I've got questions about how even did the police get to Fred Hills to buy some dope from him, right?
Yeah, well, see, that's what I don't know that neither. Here's what I know. I know he has a date. I think it was September 22nd and March 3rd or something like around those times. That's on his criminal record of 2021 and 2022. So like we were talking about earlier, that means that they've been watching him a very long time, right?
And yes, absolutely. And like I was saying, continuing to let him operate.
Yes.
Right? Like,
yes.
That's messed up.
Yeah, well, you know, it does tell us that when Dawn told the police that was his first suspect, that they were looking at him. Now, again, this is speculation and opinion, and I am allowed to state my opinions. Okay, I have many theories, as I'm sure many people do. I don't think anybody has ever stuck with one particular theory, you know?
I would agree.
So I think that it's
Well,
my opinion that the fact that Dawn is so adamant about, I know she was kidnapped. I know she was kidnapped. How many times have we heard him say that?
I mean, you
That's
can only
such-
know what you know, right?
Right. But there's so much conviction in his words when he says it, like it's absolute positive. So that tells me that Dawn knows why she was kidnapped.
I mean, if he knows that she's been kidnapped, I mean, it could stand a reason that he might know why also. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know. It's been my opinion this whole time that there's some shady dealings. And when you throw the connections in with the people that have been arrested recently,
Mm-hmm.
and I highly advise people to research, like Benny, and I don't mean to bring things up from the past, but I've been through hell. Like I've been almost taken to court. So I have to be very careful with my words.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not going to put myself in a situation to take me away from my family.
Right.
You know? So I don't want to dox people, but I can go in roundabout ways and say, there are connections between these people that connect back to Dawn's employment at the time.
To Tucker?
And it has me worried, So the whole squall thing, in my opinion, I feel like she's placed there for a reason. It is not normal. Now, Benny, you're a YouTube creator. Before this, squall was not that we know of, right?
Right.
We don't know how involved in the true crime community that she was. So for a person that supposedly lives a distance away from her to just involve themselves in a particular case pretty much day one and come up to that hill with all the shady dealings that people were trying to connect and see where they lead back to, it all. What's really funny about this right now is, man, we're going to be here. Something I want to show you guys today. I want to show this today. This is and it's probably going to be slowed down too. It's a 2-hour live is what it is, and I made it faster. But in this live, she talks a lot about squall, but something she says is chicken on a stick and squall are kin. So Jodisue has known who Squall is the whole motherfucking time. Pre-first lawsuit against me. She also tells us how Amy and her sister were best friends and they were in the older crew with Andy. Prior to Andy and Jodisue being a thing. All leads back to Squall. Linda leads back to Squall.
You know what's interesting about Squall is I don't know if you remember, but there was a period of time when Squall, for whatever reason, she was really on my neck and I didn't even know it. And then about the time I found out that she was doing a lot, she has said that some ladies had came to her grandkids' house and vandalized it. And then when they were caught, they said that I sent them there.
Well, she told me somebody killed her dog. I have screenshots of it. I've heard things, as most creators have. We've talked to people locally and different people, like I went down to Britt Lane. I don't even know if I have the fucking live, but there was a live where Squall was pretending she was being harmed and somebody was in the background shooting pews and she was pretending it was somebody threatening her. She did tell me that her dog was killed because I think it was because of Benny. It's in my Oh my God, where are them text messages? I have them. I have to look for them, but Squall's a bit fucking kooky, dude. You went down to Dawn Lane.
Yep.
I ended up somehow with Jodisue. I honestly did offer to be a friend to her, you know, and she attacked
used
me
it.
after. Well, like before I even made my YouTube channel, we were chatting in Messenger, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
And when she had come to YouTube, she attacked me, accusing me of saying things I've never said. Like I called her a racist. That's not what I said. What I said was I seen the video Squall put out. And if you feel that way, I apologize. My husband is black. And she went online and just started, oh, fake diamond, CZ, crystal, da 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 da. You know what I mean? Like, I was immediately attacked because I had made a YouTube page. So remember I told you I was going to show you the initial message I sent her where she said I called her a racist? I found it today. Let me read it to you. Jodisue, my real name is Crystal. I kind of spoke to you the other day on Ziggy. I did. I asked Jody, can I message you? And she said, sure, in Ziggy's chat. She was on Ziggy's panel at the time. I hadn't even made my YouTube yet. I am not a YouTuber, but I have made one video about you. Yes, I put a video on my channel, but I wasn't YouTuber material. I had one video. I do not think you are guilty, but I have a few questions for you. I will not lie, I do plan to start a YouTube page. If I am being honest with you, I do believe in my own theory that your ex may be. I am also a survivor of DV and the mom of a 2-time heart transplant recipient. I again will not lie. I seen your videos that you have been involved in the KKK. That's her chasing the KKK. She now says it's Black Lives Matter. I am married to a black man and have a black daughter, so that does bother me about you, but I still sympathize with you. I have followed this whole case and I feel bad that you were thrown in the middle. I want to ask you the hard questions so you can clear the air. Also, tell you why I think Andy may be involved. I am really feeling like you have been thrown under the bus. That is why I wanted to reach out to you and why I asked if I could. I wanted to talk to you on your live, but I am unable to comment. Anybody see me accusing her of being a racist? Is that what I did? I need to find the message that came back after this where we talk about the blue van. I'm going to find that one next and we're going to show that. Okay. Anyways, back to me and Benny. And she didn't want me to. I told her I was going to make a channel and she didn't want that. So we didn't have many conversations. She still is how she is. You know what I mean? Like,
Not much has changed on that front for sure.
yeah, like she's cool when she speaks to you. She'll act like your friend and then she pulls away, you know? And now I'm not expecting answers from her, but like normal, everyday, friendly conversation is nearly impossible with her.
It's so it's still she's just so condescending.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you start to say something and it's automatically no. And then about the time you get halfway through what you're saying, she's like, oh yeah, you're right. And it's like, then why is your like predisposed answer to everything a no? Like that's one of the things, but you just
and
like,
everybody, and just like Dawn, now this is a new thing I'm having in the back of my head. As I said, my theories change daily, you know? Just like Dawn, it is funny to me that every single person she has defended has been a person with a horrible criminal background.
For sure.
So, and I'm not sitting here trying to bash her, but it concerns me greatly that she wouldn't want these people looked into.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
And
okay,
you got
well,
Fred Hill. I mean, I'm still stuck on all of the things you could deduce or deduct from Fred's current situation. You know, with the things that he's said to Ziggy, other things, like it's just when you try to put it all together, it really, I mean, I lack traction trying to get going with it all. It's like, okay, so
well, that's the thing. I've put it together. The name he gave is a person that has the same exact name, but it's
right,
not that person.
right.
And I mean, that's just my opinion. Okay. And if you look up this guy, like, I don't know, I'm sure, Benny, you have people that research for you. You know, if you look up this guy, you will see where the connections lead back to Squall.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
Squall,
was Squall actually married in, like, so who
yes, she is married into the Crawford family.
Crawford, yes. Okay.
Yes. It's a Crawford that does not live in the Beach Creek community.
But has before, right?
I did
Wasn't
not.
she married to
Rebecca Crawford is who I think Squall is, and my mind's not changed. Lisa Kay can fuck off and tell me that she's this 80-year-old, 90-year-old lady, all she fucking wants. I showed you the other day where Squall said, I'm pushing 50. Ridiculous ass shit.
a light too? They were saying, right?
No.
Frank Light.
No. Apparently, this woman at one point dated Frank Light and lived on the property. I don't know if that's true of the Rebecca Crawford, but Kathy, the friend, confirmed it was her. Squall one time on a live, and I have the live. I just have to listen to 100 hours of fucking content to find it. But Squall one time admitted to being Rebecca Crawford. Jodisue has admitted that she's Rebecca Crawford at some point in time. So I truly still to this day think that her name is fucking Rebecca Crawford. Her husband was a man named Robert Crawford, who TT told me was a kingpin in our messages. Please go to my page and type in messages with TT. You will be able to read that and see that for your damn self that the bitch fucking said it to me. So, fuck if I know. Research, man, research. No. That was somebody had written me. I mean, I've recently, we research daily and we find new things out, So the last couple weeks with Kathy, the friend, and with Jodisue and with Squall and her posts, I've been able
But Kathy, the friend, isn't actually a friend anymore, right?
No.
Okay.
And I'm not sticking up for her because I
No,
don't
but that's just what she calls herself online, right? Is Kathy the friend?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
So, with everything they have said, it's been easier to put things together, and then you put the arrest together and you start to look up the people that are connected to the people that are arrested, where they were arrested, and what dwelling.
Has Fred spoke about who he thinks may have been working for the police that bought the dope from him?
No.
Okay.
No. He didn't say much. It was, in my opinion, I took it as, have you not seen it yet? Ziggy has it posted.
I have not. No. So Ziggy has it posted.
Yeah, Ziggy has it posted. It was
Ziggy was
I
gone.
think she does. She could have taken it down because I'm going to assume she's going to be in trouble for that. It's kind of common sense. You don't record jail calls or jail visits.
It's the second time she's done it too. Like probably not even the second, but there was a time when she was like randomly calling arrest numbers or whatever she was doing. Like she was randomly calling people in the jail or getting calls from random men in the jail. And it was strange back then because she, in my opinion, she really seemed to be kind of tickled by what she had going on. And it's like, I was saying back then, I was like, if anybody finds out from the jail administration that these calls are being broadcast like this, it's going to be a lot of people lose their. It's going to create a conflict, right, inside the jail. If
Yeah.
one person or two people or three people are doing an activity that takes phone privileges away from everyone, now you have a politic you have to deal with, right? And so I just saw different issues that could have arose from her behavior, and you know, to think like I would hate to think, Crystal, that she would have done what she did. That behavior is outside of the reach of Fred Hill, right? Like,
Yeah,
if Fred is on a call with her, he doesn't know what she's doing.
well, here's what it is it goes directly into, like, you know, we report on things we hear online. For
Correct.
instance, when Jodisue Brown tells us something, we research it, regardless of whether she thinks she's given tidbits of information or not. She is by disputing information.
Correct.
If you understand what I'm saying.
You an answer with her dispute. Yeah.
Right. So, you know, that's what we do. We report on things like that. But to actually go inside the case and have a jailhouse call live on YouTube, like, there's an issue with that. I take issue with that.
There absolutely is. I mean, there's it goes even.
Boy, did I derail my own fucking live. Huh. I don't know how long I want to sit here. We might be here a minute. I'm interested in my own conversation with this man. Ziggy has done so much more since then, right? Like, even married the suspect. This is before we knew she married him. What date did I say this was? Oh boy, July 3rd, 2023. So she was, what, already married to him? They've been married for 2 years. And she was out there hiding it. And we're all having these conversations. It's interesting to go back and listen to some of this. I will definitely want to get to the other one with Benny and Tiffany. We're going to be here a little bit. Consider this a long live. I'm comfortable and hubby's at work.
Way past Summers' case. Now it goes into discoveries and different things in his case, right? He's got a couple of cases pending now, and I'm guessing
she's putting him right. She puts him at risk.
Correct.
That too, because that's where they can use your words against you, and they tell you that in jailhouse calls and recordings. And I'm sure you sign a document that says I accept the rules.
Correct.
For look, I have a brother who, at 15 years old, murdered somebody. Well, he didn't. It's a long story. I don't want to say he did. He was in a situation where there was a house invasion. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He is now out of prison, but he was charged as an adult, and he was supposed to spend 40 years there, but there was some discrepancy in law and underage, you know what I mean? Things like that. And he's a great man today, so I'm not going to put him down. And if people want to attack me for it, whatever, you know, that's just a part of my life. There's nothing I can do about that. I was an adult, and my brother is 18 years younger than me.
He said he knew who it was. Okay, so I'm getting a little feedback here in your chat area. Casey K, what's up, baby? And
he said he sold the Mountain Man.
Who is Mountain Man?
So that's supposed to be people. Let me give a little commentary on that. Fuck my brother. I believe my mom did things to get him out of prison. I found out a lot of things about my brother since then. I no longer stand on the words I said in 2023. Fuck Brian Keith Gilbert Jr. Fuck you. That's all I gotta say. Assumed that was Cotton because he said that name too.
Okay.
I would have to go back and re-listen, and unfortunately I did download.
Now the Cotton that they're saying is the one that knows about Laurel Park.
Laurel Mountains.
Laurel Mountains. Okay, same guy.
And I feel like, you know, it's just my opinion, my speculation after further research into the name.
Mhm.
It's my opinion he gave that name because he knew that guy died.
Right.
But he was, you always get half truths. And
And
with
that go ahead, I'm sorry.
Fred, we've seen that in the past. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but then it's like it makes you wonder. It's like, okay, bro, if Fred, if you didn't have anything to do with it, why are you saying any names, right? If you're putting in names of people that conveniently are dead, it could be looked at the end of the investigation. You might be able to sift back through it and say, okay, well, this guy was culpable of this or complicit in this. But he's given the names of dead men as, like that's like a deathbed confession sort of thing.
it's crazy to me that I even cover this case and that I had found out I have so many close connections to the Rogersville area. Now, they're not exactly close connections to me, but they're connections to my family, to me. And the things I found out, like, I hate to get on here and be like that against my own family, but the things I have found out that could possibly connect my area to Summer Wells's area makes me sick. Ziggy knows this. It's odd to go back now and listen to right before I started finding everything out. Fucking weird
thing, right? Like, yeah, it's very strange. Fred's involvement since the very beginning, like, and of course, I was like you said, like I was on my lane, I was in my lane, you were in your lane, and Fred Hill really wasn't one of the lanes. Now,
right. That was Ziggy's lane.
Right.
That's the lane Ziggy went. And it's been
correct.
helpful. I'm not going to say in my research, it's been extremely helpful. Her old interviews with him where he agreed to the interview and to talk.
Thank you, Kiko.
But when you take that a step further and you're recording jailhouse calls, which you know is illegal, it becomes an issue. And it causes more mayhem and it's bringing more things to YouTube.
So let me ask you this, Crystal. The information about Laurel Mountain that came from calls
with
Ziggy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's not helpful. I mean, it's not helpful for, let's assume for a moment that Laurel Mountain is accurate information. Like that's where things could be at. Now what you've done is you've opened it up to the scavenger hunters and stuff, right? Like the people that, they want to go out there and try to find something before the police do, or, these what's that guy's name? Chad Nesbitt, the people like that, right? Maybe, maybe even a Don B.
I've looked into Chad Nesbitt and I think that his story holds some weight. Okay.
I agree. Something in there is valid.
Yeah. Okay. So he was found. What he found. Let me see if I know I don't have them. In a minute here, I'll continue to talk and open another tab and pull them up.
Okay.
But there are, I have to find them. I think they're in my Canva and they shouldn't be far. But there are pictures of articles of clothing, actually, because I think that's a good topic. I think that's a good thing to speak about.
From Laurel Mountain?
Well, I don't think Chad Nesbitt ever said where it was from.
Okay. I didn't know if he did or he didn't. But
yeah, I don't think that he did. He may have. You know what? Let's do that instead. Let's go back. Hold on. We can go back and watch it. What is it? Skyline News?
Yes, Skyline News. And not to bring that man into the grease or anything, but it just I was just using him as an example. But it is when you look back at all of the things, there has been quite an array, a menagerie even of different events that from, the red truck to Tony Hammonds to, just every single piece. There has been such a pool of data that has been absolutely remarkable, but it doesn't seem like from where we can see our vantage point you can't really see how any of these details have meant anything one way or another.
Yeah, they're not, they haven't been
all linked together.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say, well, the names linked together though. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't, like, I've been putting it in my community post in a way that I can't be sued.
Right.
I think, I hope. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard. Like, I can't give direct names while I'm on here. But what I was saying to you earlier is there's somebody that is connected to Fred that, here. Oh, Lord, I'm all over the place here. Hold on a minute.
A lot of information is tying together. When evil entered, I agree. But I also can't deny one of, it's sort of like you've got this small, tight-knit community. Now, it's tight-knit for various different reasons, from, Little League football to methamphetamine labs. Like, there's a lot of different things that link all of the people overlapping in this, in that area.
Yeah.
Right. And so it stands to reason.
Here's the thing. There's lots of names that haven't even been brought out public that I found.
Mm-hmm.
And there are things that I know, like fact things that I know that have happened on the ground down there that I'm not going to bring up because, one, it puts people in danger. Two, it just brings more mess to the case.
Right.
That would have been the fact that Linda smelled death on Don Will's property of his job site. Boom. Lawsuit. Benny announces it. Like, Ernie gave me information with Lisa Kay and Lips, but it still doesn't. The day he gave me that information, it's another piece to the puzzle, but it doesn't solve why these people wanted me to shut up so fucking badly. I'm still to this day baffled. I mean, I get it. I have actual family relationship down there. Family that's connected to people down there, and possibly my father. I don't know what the situation is with my father. I know these people knew him. I know that they've spent time at my house in Miami when I was a child with me. Karen Renfro, her father. I'm pretty sure I've met Basil Morlock, the chicken fighter, and a few others. There was a group of them. I believe like 12 came down. Take half of them away. They were my aunt, uncle, 3 cousins at the time. But the rest of them were people from Tennessee. I don't know what my father's dealings were with these people, but my father had dealings there, and I've showed you the proof that my father also had rented from Griselda herself. I don't know. Something ain't fucking right here. It's so weird to look back on this. If you know what I'm saying, because I can't prove that these things are connected directly to Summer.
Right.
But I know that they're connected to people that are connected to Summer, if you know what I mean.
Right. And then you enter in the dynamic of a small community, and that, a lot of these people, I mean, even Don and Candace only having lived on the hill for 12 or 13 years up to the disappearance. Still knew just about everybody, right?
See, I don't believe that to be true.
Well, I mean, just going on what
Okay,
what
look,
they've
here's
told
what
me.
I'm going to say. For people that research, if you go back and research his mother, okay, go back to the very first place she lived in Tennessee and who she lived with, because those people also connect to the people that connect the squall.
Sure. I mean, I don't dispute that at all. Being that part of now, if you bring this same scenario to a metro area, I think it's, you know, you could reasonably say that you wouldn't have as many of these sort of logistical connections. You know what I mean? It's more vast, right?
No,
Everybody
but
doesn't
these are
know
direct family connections, Benny.
do what?
These are direct family connections. If you
Right.
know, what
I
I'm
mean,
saying. Like we all know about Clyde Trent, but there is a woman where, okay, so let me go back. Oh, what interview was it?
what I mean by that is it's all like it's all through marriage in terms of Don. Right?
Yes, yes,
Like,
it is
it's
all through marriage. But
There's
we
no
have to
blood
go
there.
back that this has been over 30 years
Sure.
that this woman lived there.
Sure.
There's no way you could tell me he didn't show up there till 2015.
No, I don't think that, and I guess I should have been a little more.
2005.
Yeah, I don't think that that's the case. I think that there probably were times when, pardon me, Don may have had brushes with the law, or he may have had this or that, and he would run back to where his mom's at, right? Like,
Yeah, but here's the thing. We also hear Fred, think about this. On Ziggy's interviews, we also hear Fred talk about years and years ago when Dawn lived in the shed with Pamela. If you know what I'm saying, like,
right.
His ex-wife has addresses in Kingsport and other places of Beach Creek.
Yeah.
So that tells me that he's been there a lot longer than people believe him to be.
Yeah, and I mean, he may have used that as home base, and then he would jet out and, you know, do things, and then, you know, maybe on one of these jet outs he meets Candace, and then he brings her back, or, you know, whatever the case was. But when you know, just laying out the details as they lay them to us, right, without reading into them any deeper, I just, you know, in the beginning they're like, yeah, we've been here like 12 or 13 years. Okay, so you take that, and
I feel like that's when they got the land.
Yeah, I would agree.
But it's not when they moved there, if you know what I'm saying. Well, not when Dawn moved there, anyways.
Right. I do
I
believe.
would really like to know. That makes me curious. I would really, really like to know exactly how Candace and Dawn met. Have they ever told you that?
Yeah, they met. He was living with his wife, Pam, and she had moved there, and they became familiar with each other because they lived right by each other. And then I guess it was there was a conflict between Pam and Don. Pam lost a couple of teeth, and Don picked up Candace, and they bounced, you know, kind of this way, or Tennessee way.
So he was cheating on Pam with Candace?
Never just outright said that. But
wasn't it like through one of his daughters or something that they met? Candace
something
had
like
said
that,
in
yes.
the past.
Yes. And it was like Candace was Pam's friend first. Like it was
right.
Like,
that's what's such a strange dynamic about the whole situation. It like seems like at times they've lived together. We've heard that the kids had called Pam grandma.
I've heard that too. I have heard that.
So it's just strange, like the whole dynamic. I'd really like to know a little more about that. But I mean, what does it matter? You know, I mean, it might matter, but according to Fred, there was a ring being in the shed, you know, and I was there, the sister, and you know, back then I didn't think that held any weight, but now after everything that's happened and knowing what the arrests are, knowing Dawn and Candace have not been arrested for Summer, and now that we know the police are directly aiming at Fred Hill and Ricky and Marlena, you know, it's that you could see that's the group that they're going after, which has been the path I've been after this whole time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely. You know, it is strange that, you know, if Don, I believe wholeheartedly, if Don and Candace were being looked at like being good for something with Summer, you wouldn't have just Don being able to drive back to Tennessee all on his own. Like they go, like police down there go over and get his ass. You know what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't
Yeah,
be.
he was being arrested for summer, but I feel like maybe
Yeah.
they want to question him. I feel like they have him back because it's time. Like you could clearly see that they're not playing no more. You know, they want answers as much as anybody on YouTube does. And I'm not going to be the one to put down the police. Do I feel there's some shady shit in Hawkins County? Yes. But here's the thing. I've grown up all over. My parents were addicts. You know what I mean? Like we moved from small little country town to city to small little country town to city. My whole life, I've lived in Miami. I've lived in Pittsburgh. I've lived in a place called Glassport. Like I'm doxing myself here, you know? So, you know, when you live in those different types of situations, you see the different ways communities operate.
Sure, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So a small town like that, you know, there's a damn code. Because here's Jodisue. Don't talk about Freddie's crazy. He got schizophrenia. Oh, he's so funny. You know what I mean? Like, it's so funny he played that joke on Ziggy, but deep down, that's sick.
Yeah, it's not funny, right? Like
there's a missing child and you're making accusations. Like, let's say Candace and Dawn are 100% innocent. Okay? Now, I don't think ever they're 100% innocent. Do I think they harmed their daughter? No. Okay? Do I think, in my opinion, my theory at this moment today, on July 3rd, 2023, and it's been my opinion for quite some time, Dawn owed money to somebody. There is a reason why. We listen to Dawn. He's no stranger to criminal activity. He's been. My opinion's the same. Dawn or Fred or Andy or an operational group of people. Somebody stole, somebody ripped somebody off. Karen Elliott, Jolie Hill, any one of them. Jodisue, Andy. Sorry, Andy, you're in here. Has my feelings changed? I've always said this. Andy could vouch for that. I don't know that these people are guilty, but that puts them in the suspect list. That's my Summer's missing because somebody stole something or owed something. It's a possibility. It's Elaine. It could be. That's another lane. That's another theory I have. And that's only because Karen Elliott mentions Layla. Layla's clothes falling out of her house is that was going on in the area. I have other personal reasons for thinking it too, but it's not for this live. Okay. Been arrested in the past for trafficking. We know this in Texas, right?
Yep.
We know it's fact that he lived in California. There's addresses and things that connect him to there. Hey, we're looking at this. Let me go see if I still have this short. I think this is actually Jodisue telling people who Squall is. Oh, I do.
It's not just this place. Yeah, those like fucking Becky and Annette's. Wildly enough, talking to tragedy pits with their own hot takes on everything. A lot of which I've been asked for weeks. I was like, that thing's full of shit. I know certain things, even whoever the fuck that Becky is full of shit. Some, right? But it's real like it seems to be once I called the damn thing in the voice match. It's not just this place.
We've heard him say his mother ran a hotel where police protected the dealers because they didn't want to lose business. Like, these are all things out of Dawn's mouth in the last few months. Yeah. And the dots connect. Like, there is proof that he lived in those places at the times that he said. So, in my opinion, I feel Dawn was, I'm not going to exactly say what it was. I'm sure people can get the hint. But I feel Dawn was doing something shady from California to Tennessee. Okay? I feel that was the reason for the trip to Utah. I feel sister babysat while Dawn traveled on for a couple days or something. Picked something up, brought it back. I'm even going to go as far as, and I mean, this is just theory, that they had a connection with New York. We all know who that is, to pick something up in a storage unit and take back up the East Coast. Do I think it was that person completely involved? No, I think he went for the ride along with somebody. If you get what I'm saying, I think there was access. I think the things that, when answers do come, the things that are going to come out is how long was that storage unit rented for? Who rented it? Who had keys? Because we've all heard rumors that Candace had keys to a storage unit in the past. So, I mean, you just put it together. I feel like Dawn has been doing something for a very long time and got caught up in something. Do I personally feel that Dawn harmed his child or would harm his child? I feel they were neglectful parents. It's my opinion they didn't care for their kids the way I would care for mine. You know what I'm saying? Or anybody. And I don't want to hear it's country, because I have family that live in Tionesta, Pennsylvania. And I guarantee you that's more country than Rogersville. You know what I'm saying? There's like a population of 200 people in the whole damn area. A whole county, Forest County. So I just feel there's more to this, and I feel it's being investigated. And I feel when it comes down, everybody's going to have charges. I feel Dawn owed somebody something. We go back to the 80 grand. You guys all say that call that Candace made to Mary that night was a hoax. I don't think that it was. That's my opinion. Call me crazy. I feel something was going on that night. People never took the time to actually listen to all the words. But you hear her say, "You." This is long. Boy, Benny was on my panel way longer than I thought. I just want to hear the Amy information. My feelings haven't changed on any of this. I've stayed on the same path. I don't know. Go back and you think and you listen about Tim Mullins. In that conversation, Candace said there's. So the latest time, Ben, I'm interested to hear what Benny's going to say, because the last time Benny was on my panel, he sang Tim's praises. Somebody always standing behind Donnie.
I mean, I can attest to that. Like, it was, you know, there was a lot of messes that he made over the course of, you know, I mean, from June 15th all the way till today. It's a lot of things, a lot of messes that gentleman and his wife created, and they always kind of had somebody there to help clean that up.
Right.
You know? And
like the traveling back and forth to Knoxville, the cheating, the leaving, the this. Even Jose to me is still suspicious. You know, like, I don't know. Like, we can't prove Jose was involved in anything, but here's this man who ended up in California, where we know Dawn's from. Like,
and he showed up you know, I mean, the way he showed up physically, you're like, man, this is just.
Well, yeah, you know what? That's funny you say that because last night I was just rewatching something. Oh shit, what was it? Oh, it was Chris McDonough. I posted a short, and while I was trying to clip my short, I had come across the part where Candace was like, Allie just brought Jose here and she wanted to be with him. Like, Allie just met this guy in 2 seconds. They were only there for 5 hours. She met him in 2 seconds and was like, this is the man of my dreams. I'm going to move him in with me. Like, Candace, you got to keep him here. I really like him. In 5 hours? Like, are you that thirsty?
Yeah, it seemed, you know, like I always thought that maybe there was an issue with something with the truck or an occupant of the truck and Jose. Like,
Andrew changed his story. It was right on live. He did it. He was like, oh, 3 cars went down or something. Then they changed it. It was 2 cars or something or other. Him and his wife couldn't even get together how many cars went down.
Yeah, and I had went over that with him too, and this was a while back. I'd have to try to even find it, but there was some discrepancy with what, you know, like where people were at, what they were doing. You know, were they in the truck or were they in a car behind or in front of the truck? Was it a truck? Was it a van?
But here's the thing. In the end, I don't think none of that's going to matter because I think
no,
there is somebody or something that knows something that's trying to keep something quiet. You have to look at the things. Have you ever seen anything like Benny? I know you were involved with the boys' case. You know what I mean? And I know there was some crazy shit with that case. You know, I was new to YouTube crime then. Not really, but I was. Like, I followed some channels. I wasn't as into it as I am today. You know what I mean? And you I know you've been involved in some crazy things, but have they ever been this insane? Have they ever been?
Well, you know, with the boys' case, man, the damn FBI was coming around me, and they're coming right to the house, knocking on the door. And it's like each case had its own crazy, but this, like, this definitely is you know, sort of leaps and bounds.
Like, you have people accusing fake FBI agents, but no arrest. How 2 years later? That's a concern to me. You know, like I said, I have theories. I don't want to get on here. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to fucking say it. It's time I fucking get my voice out, you know? Yes, I tried to befriend Jodisue, but do I still think she's sus? Hell yeah. You know? Did I think she was sus this whole time? Yeah. Do I think she harmed Summer? No. Do I think she's part of a bigger cover up? Of course.
And you know, I always felt like it was such a stretch to try to make Jodisue good for something that actually happened to Summer. Like I never really got that from her. However, when you enter the realm of sus, I mean, the fact that you're a neighbor and here it is, this, you know, I mean, for all the trouble you say that this has caused you, and here you are, you're still doing the same thing, the same behaviors that are causing these issues for you. It's what gives. You know what I mean? Like,
and like, I know you and Green Eyes don't get along. I get along with Green Eyes, but even like he said, like, so, you know, she inserted herself, the washing of her feet, the extravagant story. The whole story of I was walking down the driveway. Like, come on, man. We all live normal life. Usually, I get it, the Jackie Dobbs shit went on, but you're in a country at the top of a hill. You're really paying attention to every car. You can know what tires spinning and how it's spinning and the gravel underneath of it and the flash of red, like the extreme detail. I actually think we're getting what I was looking for. But do you remember, was it my last live or the one prior? I was talking about the detail Jodisue gives, like when she was explaining the driver of the red truck that oh, Andy, are you still here? I don't know if I've asked you this before. I believe I have, but I can't remember. Do you remember seeing the red truck driving by prior to Summer going missing in the same description Jodisue gave? A man that looks like off ethnic, long hair, tattoos, but like really tattooed up. I need to know if you were seeing this man driving by. All right. I think we're actually getting to what I'm looking for here. Let's hope, because it seems Benny was on my panel a hell of a long time. I don't even remember. It don't even feel like it was this long. Okay. That she gives to me is exaggerated. And
Absolutely. Or Crystal, or it's not. And I'll tell you why it might not be. And that's because if let's just say, for instance, and I'm not trying to put Jodisue in nothing, but Jodisue is active, right? She's all over.
right. She draws the attention to herself.
Sure. Now,
I think 75% of this would go away if she would.
Probably, or a great deal of it. But I can't help but now, knowing that Fred was under investigation, you got to have an eye in the holler to look at this stuff, right? So,
right, but she's no longer in the holler.
No, but I'm saying back then, right?
Yeah, but she was only there for a few weeks after Summer went missing.
Sure, but that wasn't what she was like. She wasn't built for Summer Wells. That she wasn't built for what she's doing now. She was built and committed to, in my opinion, it seems like, tracking whomever was going to Fred's. Like she was like if the traffic wasn't going for her house, well then, you got to ask yourself why you like the toll fare. Like you don't want checking everybody's bag when they come through, right? So
yeah. Well, she's at the beginning of the road, so
right.
It would be her in the chambers, right? It would be them two, seeing who comes in and out from Beach Creek. Now, Simpson, if you remember correctly, the car door slam came from Simpson. What direction is that?
It's back up towards the front.
It's Fred's.
But
Fred's. And that's what led me to believe. See, that's how I came on to see my first video. Was a really slow motion video act. Nobody had been to Ben Hill yet, and it was a video. It was actually Twister's video.
Tennessee Twister?
I slowed it down, and I walked through and I put noises like we would hear them. Like I simulated a walk down Beach Creek Road, right? And like, what would you hear in the country? I made it echo a little. Like I really worked on this video. It took me a really long time, And that was my first video. And I thought that the driveway, okay, so do you remember she had said there was 2 driveways? So I thought the driveway rounded around the back of the house from the way she described it, and where that fire pit was that Brandon did the walkthrough in is where I thought the second driveway was. So to me, it sounded like she had heard somebody park at the bottom of where that was, like near Fred's house on Simpson, right? Like the property that split that Andy's family had sold behind there connects to it. And it's just, we have found out since, it's just a walkway, right? Like it's just a trail that goes through, and they did some crazy shit in the damn woods. Like, I don't know people that have fire pits in the middle of the woods, but
yeah, I mean, you got to carry wood too, that all the way out there.
But here's the thing: she was, that's true. Well, no,
right?
I mean, they live in the woods; they could cut a damn tree down, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but the point of it is that she was giving us. She was trying to confuse us from the beginning. If you understand what I'm saying,
I would agree, but then you got to kind of try to figure out what is the motive to distract the general public. Are you a good Samaritan trying to keep people away, or are you trying to like
protect?
nonchalantly, protect
But the
suspects.
thing, that's what
Absolute
makes
jury
me so
pools.
confused about her, though, and that's why it's hard to get anywhere. And I feel she talks in circles, and it's much because like she'll say things that seem like she's protecting, like, "Oh, Fred, he's just crazy," and I agree. I don't want to attack anybody for a mental issue, you know, but Fred has serious criminal history. He shot at his own children.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying, you know? So in one
He
sentence,
shot a man in the neck.
laughing, yeah. In one sentence, it's funny, but in the next sentence, it's, oh, don't believe him. Like she confuses us. She gives
Right.
us like, oh, it couldn't be Fred, but it could be. And that just tells me she's as confused as we are, which is why I think maybe it was a setup with her old man, to be honest with you.
It could be. I mean, it would make sense. Like she would mama bird for Andy, she,
And then there's things like Fred said that I think could be truthful. He said he seen Andy that day at 3:30 with a woman across the street standing on Simpson. He even pointed, Ziggy pointed her camera or something when talking about it with him, like at his mom's house or something, behind his mom's, because he was hauling cars from his mom's. Remember the story?
Yeah. Hey,
And
Green
then
Eyes, have you met any of these people ever personally? Have you ever met Don? Have you ever met Candace? You ever met Jody? I'm just curious.
who you asking, Green Eyes?
Yeah.
You want to answer that?
Fred said Rose was there. Now, was Rose there on the 15th or at some time?
No, he said years ago that Rose was there and Dawn was pimping her out at the shed.
Don
Now,
was
what's crazy about that is as I go back, that's why I tell people to listen to my Brit videos, because David Britt actually said to me at some point that Dawn used to live in that shed and he would run a whorehouse.
He would run a whorehouse.
Yeah, down in that shed. So, that was my angle of this the whole time, and that's what Squall and them didn't like, was that I was actually going to locals that knew these people. My thoughts on it were we were getting nowhere with Jody, right?
Yeah.
Like she's still the same. You're never going to get, it's tug of war with her.
Absolutely.
Why she's here is beyond me. She's just like a statue. You know what I mean? In my opinion, she's just there repeating the same shit over and over. Tragedy, pimps, this, that. She lends no real information, and if she does lend real information, she then takes it back like Andy was supplying stuff up on the hill.
Right. I wanted to respond to two things. Green Eyes, like after calling Jody and her blocking you, that's because you no longer served a purpose because you were telling the truth. To Natalie K, I had raised that same ideal a while back. I was like, hold on, why is this lady trying to say these people with funny names on the internet are the ones involved and not the people with criminal past that live right there? Right.
Well, here's what I could say about the night that Green Eyes called Jody. I was in contact with Green Eyes that night on Facebook. We were actually laughing in the background. Benny, if you want my opinion, no, he doesn't know these people in real life, and he's a good dude.
I believe him. If he says no, I believe him. Like I don't believe Green Eye. I mean, I've had my fair share of interactions with Green Eyes, and I don't think the man has ever lied to me.
I think he's misunderstood. He's really a good dude.
I think that's probably could very well be a portion of it.
And I think here's the thing: Jody has put a wrench in different things throughout this case, like I was saying, and I think that was part of it. I think he's here just like the rest of us. And yeah, Jody did say, and he's right about that. Jody did say 100% it was a kidnapping. She couldn't see if you would have just seen the look on Candace's face.
And even with that, though, right, that's still like her relaying her opinion of what she feels Candace is emoting through her facial gestures and whatnot. But
yeah, until Candace called her and said, I know who has the red truck. And then Jody said Candace tried to tell her to change her story. Is that true? Because in that same, it was an old video of mine. I'll have to look and see if I still have the draft of it, like where I made it saved.
Uh-huh.
But in that same video, she was also upset because Candace said her mother had a red truck. So what was the real motive behind that? Was she mad because Candace outed her for the red truck? Or was she mad or was she making it up that Candace asked her to change her story? Was that fake?
Right.
We don't have proof of that.
I mean, I think now if you were to be, if you can slow her down and ask her that, she's going to tell you, of course. You know what I mean? She's going to feed right into it now.
Right. There's no point. That's what I'm saying.
I agree. There
Have
would
to
be
go
no
around
point.
her. So that's what I was saying. That's how this started. That's what I was saying. Like I was done with Jodisue months ago. You know what I'm saying? Like I was done. I was like, okay, I'm like pretty much at the beginning. You were getting nowhere with her.
Yeah, you're
Not
not
that
gonna get
we
nothing.
have to force her to say anything anyway, because that's not our job to do. But I went around her. I interviewed people like David Britt and Crystal Spencer and Crystal Spencer's mother.
Mhm.
Like the people that we know Candace and Dawn were around often. Right?
Yep.
So the ones that were actually enemies and friends with Candace, what was their fill on it? Like Crystal cheated on David with Dawn. And here's David still friends with Candace. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like those people have answers where Jody doesn't. They know what kind of people Dawn and Candace are prior. Like, Benny, I know you've been up to the hill. I know you made friends with Dawn. And I'm going to tell you, I've spoken to Dawn privately in some conversations on Messenger. I mean, nothing like major, you know? But I'm going to tell you, there was a point in time where he was like, I'm really concerned about Benny. I'm worried about his mental health. And I couldn't believe Dawn said that to me because I hated you. I'm like, fuck him, you know? Like, fuck Benny. And I couldn't believe Dawn said that. So I do feel you and Dawn had a bond.
You know, Don and I just, I think there's the Texas boy thing, right? That was always kind of part of it, right? Like, oh, they don't know about Texas boy stuff. And and I think that legitimately was part of it. But then I think that Don just felt comfortable with me because Tim felt comfortable with me. And that's my honest assessment of that. Like I really.
What is your full opinion on Tim? Like, can you tell us your first meeting of him to the end? Like, can you just sit here and tell us the whole story of Tim?
Yeah, like I got out of the car and he ended up showing up an hour or two.
Wait, but prior, because this is when he went to California, right? So prior to that, like, did you have interaction with him on Messenger or?
I don't remember if Don gave me his number or if Tim reached out to me. I don't remember how that all happened, but there was, before Tim was really involved, Don was really pushing me to go to California to Dr. Phil with him. And I was like, man, I'm not interested in getting involved in the fiasco, like on a Hollywood level. Like, I'm not interested in that.
But wait, I thought Tim got involved right after the parade in July.
He may have, but I was already being asked by both Candace and Don to make the run to California. And I really quickly shut that down. I was like, no, I really apologize. My reasoning to him for it was, I said, man, I'm not interested in going with you somewhere and watch you get sneak attacked, because I felt like it was going to turn into some Maury Povich stuff. Like they were going to do some.
Okay, I have a question I want to ask you, Benny.
Yeah.
Now, we know you've lost several channels since this case has began, right? Your very first video on Summer I watched. And in that video, your first couple videos, you were standing at a pot machine at a motel and you'd packed your family up and you took them to Tennessee. Like you were going on vacation, not to go see the Wells, right? Do you remember that?
We were going to Colorado.
Oh, Colorado. I thought you were in Tennessee. Okay.
Yeah, no, I woke up one morning after posting some pictures, and this was the time when Juanita, the psychic, was out there running around in the woods and acting crazy. And So I posted some pictures, woke up, and there was a whole bunch of people saying Benny's in Tennessee. And so I just sort of rolled with it, and it turned into that. And it was like I was in Pagosa Springs, Colorado. But what it did was Juanita immediately ran. She ran away. That Raven guy from Facebook was out there too, allegedly, kind of all concierged by Ernie. And
So you were not in Tennessee, but you just went with it.
I just went with it. Yeah, I was only ever in Tennessee when in December of, two Decembers ago.
Okay.
That's the only time I've been in Tennessee under any premise of meeting with Don or Candace.
All right. That's what I was curious about that,
like you can look in the back of the pictures that I posted and you can see like Pagosa Springs Mercantile. Like,
can't look at anything, they're gone.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. No, but I mean, there was.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to ask because I'm going to be honest with you. At one point, I thought, there was a chance that you had way earlier interaction with the Wells.
No.
But the more I watched, I seen no. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. No, my first interaction with them, I believe,
was on Cher, right?
Was with Cher, and it was like either sometime in August or like the very first part of September.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Miss Lisa. I know. I just at that time, I was seeing the great distress that Juanita was doing. Like she was legitimately out there raising hell in the woods right there, and the police just couldn't really do anything with her.
What do you know about that? Because I've heard from a local, I'm not going to say who, but it's an interesting conversation. What do you know about the gunfight? I'm going to tell you what I heard after you tell me.
So there was some issue with the gentleman and Fred, and he ends up down there on Ben Hill Road right there, and he was, I guess, across the stream, that goes across the driveway right there.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the road, and I don't know, like if he shot, seems like he shot first, and then Fred ended up shooting and just being a little better shot. But then Jody
was arrested.
I think the gentleman may have been arrested.
Not Fred.
Not Fred, no.
Mm.
He was not arrested. But Jody tells the story like she was there, and then she tells the story like she watched the police kick Fred's shell casings into the stream and all this other stuff.
Well, no, I thought that's what Jody was talking.
No, Jody wasn't even there. Like when you asked
him, but I think when Jody told that story, it wasn't about the psychics. I think that was about when Fred and Fanning.
Yeah.
So it was my understanding from a local, and I'm not going to say who.
Sure.
They told me that it was Dawn shooting at the psychics.
No, that shooting happened long ago. I mean, in terms of like Summer's situation.
Right. What was Dawn talking about when he said the psychics were here and there was a gunfight?
Well, I guess I didn't even hear that. Yes, yeah. Kiko, she claims she kicked the shells in. Okay, well, I knew there was some Jodisue talk with, the shell being kicked in the water, and it's just like, it's all that other stuff.
She also said she wasn't allowed to go behind, and Andy was back there. Andy was involved in that shooting. And Benny had no clue what I was talking about. Jodisue has claimed that there was a psychic down there with guns. I found the clip the other day, but I'm sorry, I'm eating peanuts. Where Dawn said the psychics were down there. There was gunplay with the psychics. Benny just brushed it off and turned it into Fanning. Odd. And that property, the whole story about that's another Fred. That's something else that makes me curious because the property that Fanning owned is not even on the same side as Fred. So how could he be blocking Fred's driveway to his property when it's on the opposite side? Yeah. Like it just didn't, the whole story doesn't make sense. I feel there's more to that.
yet. No,
But
I agree.
that's Beach Creek business. That's not my business, you know?
You're right. Them grifting pimps though. But that was I don't know, like 4 or 5 months after I was there, when MGL and them were first initially there. They made a return trip. Remember, with the gal, the curly haired gal, the documentarian chick. They Olivia. They went back, and Don did allegedly fire one flare in the air when they were at the bottom.
There was a flare.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Raven and Juanita had a shootout, I think.
That's what I was. That's what I heard. But then I heard a local had told me that it was actually Dawn, that was made up, and that it was actually Dawn shooting at them. And I don't know that that's true. And I'm probably now just.
I don't either. I can't imagine they would let Don get away with that.
I don't. Yeah.
I mean, because this is the deal. Like when you try to do the deduction on, because I'm curious, who would have an interest in Fred to buy dope from him to get him jammed up with the police? But then there's this like, it's simultaneous seemingly. Right? Like it's he gets jammed up with the police. He sells some dope to the police, and then all of a sudden, shortly after, chronologically speaking, fairly shortly after that, Summer Wells goes missing, and then they let him stay out almost, the entirety. Like, I think in most states, after you commit an offense, they have like 2 years, up to 2 years to indict.
Yeah, they didn't arrest him. They
left him operating, right? So he's certain, like, whatever information.
But I wonder if that was to watch him. And I think it was more like, we have to look at the manufacturing charge, right?
I mean, they do, but then again, they don't. Because if he, after he sells dope and he knows he's being investigated, some things are definitely going to change around his joint, right? So what you can see is, whenever he sold dope to the police, he hasn't had any more trouble since then till present day when he got arrested. There wasn't no more trouble to be had for him.
Yeah.
So somebody was interested in Fred. They go buy some dope from him, whether it's the police or an informant or whatever. They get some dope out of Fred. But he's got 2 pending charges. I don't know the whole chronology, but what I know is at some point he sold dope to the police. They left him out, but that wasn't necessarily, I mean, with Fred's background, just one of the charges he's facing now means some time in the penitentiary for him. He knows that.
That's why I can't, like, Ziggy keeps saying shit like, oh, these are serious charges, but I could see him getting out, taking a deal. No. Because he is an ex-felon. Like, he has
habitual. I mean, I don't know his record, but he's, probably habitual. Like, this.
Well, he got out of the Fanning stuff 100%. Like, he's not. Fanning was charged. Fred was not, I believe, right? But the stuff in Virginia is bad enough to hold him. It's a worse charge than what he has now. I don't see. You're right. I don't see how he could have been operating and why. I mean, there had to be interest in him.
There was an interest in him outside. Like, they made the sacrifice. They're like, I mean, in my opinion, Crystal, I feel like they made the sacrifice. They were like, we can continue to let him make him sell dope or bring him off the streets right now, but he means probably more to Summer's investigation for whatever reason, right? Now, if there was no Summer Wells, you would really have to start asking yourself, why did they leave Fred loose to continue to make and sell dope?
Yeah.
But with Summer being missing and him being so close to it logistically, it makes sense that they left him out, because he may have had some greater part in it, they thought. Maybe he did or he didn't, but they may have thought that.
Yeah, Captain Obby, I'm sorry, guys. I have a hard time talking and looking at my chat. Forgive me. Do you have a count of how many have been arrested recently in that direct area? There's a lot. we know the big names, but there's much more than that. No, like I'll Google sometimes like Rogerville arrests or, in my opinion, this leads to another county or two.
I mean, it could even lead to another state, probably just as easy.
Well, I've been leaving. I don't know if you've been reading what I've been posting. I've been putting some things out of things I've connected.
Yeah.
I believe it leads to the area of Ducktown. I just really want to choose my words wisely. I don't want to be the channel that's out there accusing, because you can actually get in trouble for saying directly, what you think these people were doing.
Yeah. Sometimes more is less. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Don't get yourself in trouble, baby.
But I do leave clues for people that like to research, because before my channel went down and all the hell took place, that was my thing. That was how I wanted my channel to be. I wanted to be different. I wanted to be more interactive, and I wanted to research with subs, and I wanted to teach subs how to research and bring people on and show them the fun part of researching, right? And because I was doing that, I found things that maybe pissed a few people off.
I went over to Allie's and I asked Allie kids like it was, I want to say like 3-4 months ago. I went over to Allie's and I asked Allie if she wanted her and the kids wanted to go up to, I want to call it Ducktown, because that's where we're planning on going, with Ducktown. And she's like, no, I'm going to sleep, blah, blah, blah. We're like, all right. And Hunter's like, well, can I go? And Allie's like, yeah, go ahead. So we took him up to Ducktown with us and stuff, and brought him back, and everything was fine. I thought we were good friends, but I guess she's trying to get back at me for some reason. I don't know. Taking the kids like it was, I want to say like 3-4 months ago. I went over to Allie's and I asked Allie if she wanted her and the kids wanted to go up to, I want to call it Ducktown, because that's where we're planning on going, with Ducktown. And she's like, no, I'm going to sleep, blah, blah, blah. We're like, all right. And Hunter's like, well, can I go? And Allie's like, yeah, go ahead. So we took him up to Ducktown with us and stuff, and brought him back, and everything was fine. I thought we were good friends, but I guess she's trying to get back at me for some reason. I don't know. Taking the kids like,
names that people didn't want out, and I have to question why. So when you start putting it together, and then I have lawsuits, which is another thing that makes me a little bit suspicious of Jodisue. Like, our interaction during that time was strange. You know what I'm saying? Like, she was writing me out of nowhere. Like, I was done with YouTube. Fuck all yins. I was about to be done with it. And then she started writing me before I had even gotten my court papers. She was writing me and telling me, hey, you're going to get court papers in the mail. But it's funny because they're blank and they don't have a doc number and this, that, and the other. And they didn't. But at that time, I had gotten, you know how like you get an ad in the mail and it says, getting a lawyer, you're being sued. This lawyer will take your case, da, 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 like an ad, and it had Chicken on a Stick's name on it. So I knew I had papers coming. Look, I have a sister who's an addict. She uses my address all the time. I know when she gets arrested because I get the paperwork. So, like I got this thing in the mail and I'm like, okay, so Jody isn't lying. I'm being sued. But when the papers came, they were blank. There was no case number on them. Her attorney had signed it, and it was just funny to me. My son, when he was 6, he accidentally hit some lady in the back of her leg with his bike, and she sued me for 2 stitches. I had to pay this woman. Like, it was ridiculous, So I know how the papers come when you're being sued. They don't look like that. So I started calling Sullivan because I thought it was funny. Why am I being sued in Sullivan County? Summer lives in Rogersville. Okay, Chicken on a Stick lived in Sullivan, but Why would they want to take that case? And then our court hearing came, and it was scheduled for the same day that Megan Boswell was supposed to have trial. Yes. So I thought Kingsport is not going to want to fucking take this Summer Wells shit, especially when the court papers had stated she's discrediting me about the Summer Wells case. That was her claim towards Jodisue, not me. My claim was a little different, you know? But I was like, no judge in their right mind is going to look at this. So I decided to call Sullivan County. I called Sullivan County, and at first they couldn't even find the record of the lawsuit. So this is, to me, is freaking suspicious, even still to this day. Okay. They couldn't find a record of the lawsuit. So I messaged Jody and I'm like, dude, they can't find it. And she's like, no, it's there. It's there. So I called back and they finally find it, but it's filed under something else that had nothing to do with Summer. It was like I stole property or something, or I worked for them, or like it was filed under a different reason for me going to court. Yeah. So the lady on the phone was like, you got to be here. You got to be here. And then when she discovered that, she was like, I'm going to call you right back, you know? So she calls me back and she says, I spoke to the judge and the judge said, you don't have to come, case dismissed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They dismissed your case on the phone to you like that?
Yes. So, and I didn't believe it because she said, I'll get papers in the mail. So I continued on and I called Chicken on a Stick's attorney. And I was like, I want you to know. And I told him, I said, I have all the information. I can send it to you. First of all, she was on a panel first. She went on Squall's channel and she started attacking Jodisue. So you can't sue somebody when you made yourself public.
Right.
The DV and all of that that's nothing new. And I don't even know how to say that without sounding bad. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And well, it's like, okay, with this Johnny Depp trial going on with Amber Heard and all that, it's not one-sided. It's mutual. And it always has been. I mean, I believe even if you ask her mother, why would her parents and people allow Andy to go to her brother's funeral if, he was such a bad dude?
So Andy went to her brother's funeral.
He did. He was a pallbearer. That's pretty accurate. And, she online, it's like, you would think that she was in a safe house somewhere, or, the way she portrays it, she's at her mom's house or, at her grandma's property.
Yeah.
She's surrounded by people. I mean she's surrounded by people, that, her family. So I don't know. It makes me mad. Yeah, she could get herself in trouble. And I'm pretty sure that the police had a talk with her, about that. I think that it was more than that she would even go by his parents' house and always with the kids, have the kids go in and ask for money or whatnot. And I don't know. I don't even know if they still have a restraining order or like what the cops have decided. Because when both parties, are initiating, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Probably because Andy had been avoiding her for so long because he didn't come home for weeks, before Summer went missing. So, that was going on for a long time. I don't know if you remember, if you had access to her Facebook, there was like daily rants about Andy. And I think that she took those down.
Yes.
But she would follow me around to, the gas station worked. I think the Waffle House across the street, and it was pretty crazy.
Oh, she just didn't have a driver's license.
She never got one, until maybe, I don't know. She would follow me around to, the gas station worked. I think the Waffle House across the street, and it was pretty crazy.
Oh, she just.
Notice how she talks like she was there. It was pretty crazy.
Just didn't have a driver's license.
She never got one, until maybe, I don't know, maybe this year. I mean, it was common knowledge with people who lived around here.
And that they were selling drugs.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So, it's just, in my mind, hearing that right there, that puts in my mind, how many more suspects does that put on the list? Because there's a list of customers that need to be looked at.
And
so this is a good segue. We're going to skip around a little bit here. This bitch sues me because I tell her I swear I turned that down. Because I tell Jodisue who she is. Hold on. Great segue. Where are we at here? Let's find you. Is it this one? This one. Now, mind you, during this time, Chicken on a Stick is making best friends with Shay and all these people. And I also want you to keep in mind that Shay and Robin from the church were extremely fucking close. However, let's give a listen for a little bit.
Now, somebody decided they're going to court and lying to them.
That's her talking about Andy's and hers court hearing. Not ours, because this is prior to the lawsuit that we got. Jodisue is threatening Chicken on a Stick about the lawsuit because I wrote Jodisue after figuring out who the bitch was on Squall's panel while she was trying to hide herself.
Now, somebody decided they're going to court and lying to them. Well, at least to a notary and such. It was a good idea. Now, why they thought that was a good idea, I don't know. Don't really care either. However, here's my issue, right? All right. So, since before my brother's services. Old Chicken on a Stick has been around riding panels, right? Right. Now, I paid no mind to Chicken on a Stick. Didn't care about Chicken on a Stick, just like I've said repeatedly throughout these months. Didn't even realize, because it was all lies and bullshit. I couldn't discern that it was like, anybody actually knew from, right? Because it was fucking lies, man. The only one I ever took note of was really when they were up on a panel line about my brother and his funeral and what had transpired at the services and whatever, which was a lie. None of that happened. And so I'm like, what the fuck, right? And I was like, fuck it. Fake panel rider, right? Nah, I paid it no more mind. It rode the panel, I believe, during the Scotchy, Valkyrie, Shade, Crystal, CSI hit piece there a few weeks ago, which is now just poofed off the face of the earth. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. The other day, somebody who's turned everything into the feds was like, Chicken on a Stick is so-and-so. It's like, hey, all right. I guess I should have got that since the picture, and I hadn't paid no more attention to it. Now, as you can see on, hold on, Squirrel's channel and others, Chicken on a Stick eventually changed the profile picture from the back of the hair to full-on face, right? Picture. Felt that a little weird, but it is what it is. Now, this person, another one I know, and that person happens to be kin to Squirrel. Okay, Chicken on a Stick. Now, here's the issue. This person obviously had issues with me 5+ years ago, etc. I've not thought about it. It doesn't take up headspace for me. But I've watched through the years and gotten receipts as it left shitty comments everywhere, blah, blah, blah. Right? And since Summer's disappearance last year, it has made itself known, at least under that picture, and its name, and groups, including Squalls, and otherwise. Facebook groups talking shit about me, on news articles talking shit about me, talk about defamation, slander, and harassment, okay? Then here in the past couple months, it started writing panels,
So I don't know what Jodisue was doing. I was the one that sent her the fucking screenshots. Yet she's on here accusing me of being involved with them. Okay? Threatening them with a lawsuit. I'm the one that gave Jody the information and connected this girl to her Facebook in the Squalls panel. I didn't do it, actually. As above, so below. Gary, Tracy Cinchler, who I was just talking about, she's actually the one, and I got proof of that. See, I can go to projects. I gave Tracy access to my Canva. Okay, we were friends for like a year or two. I held 4 seats at the time. I could share my Canva with 4 different people. So I go in here and there's your shared with me. And these are all of her folders. These are all of the things she shared with me. Some of those images, most of those images were Karen Renfro, Shay, Chicken on a Stick, Squalls videos. Here's Luke, and I believe that too. Jodisue is going to talk about deeply in this video we are going to listen to right now. I could skip around. I can come back. I can leave my tabs up. I could always cover Benny and all this other shit, but you're going to hear why it is I think Amy is involved. And I also want to hear that Lippy, like, I have no intentions on going anywhere anytime soon. I might step away for a little bit and go make dinner or check on my grandkids or get some fresh air or something if I disappear. But we're going to do some hard ass fucking listening tonight. I'm here till at least 11 if need be. But anyways, this is Cool Hand Luke.
Talking shit, defamation, slander, blah, 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 right? Now, and in conjunction with another person that we have in common. But I found some of the things from that person I liked because of the wording and such, you know. Now, look, y'all. All I can tell you.
The reason I showed Cool Hand Luke is because it wasn't just chicken on a stick. It was chicken on a stick. According to Jodisue, she cheats on her husband with Luke. And Luke and her have had like a relationship for years, which is what I was showing you in this conversation here. And all of the other part 3, part 2, part 1. It's all in there. For the sake of time, I'm just going to share the link. You can save it, watch it, put it on your save to watch later list. I'm done with it. I'm going to close the tab out because this is a lot of shit. Okay. Hold on. I showed you Mark, Amy's husband, who runs, not owns, the Toyota dealership. We'll leave that up. We will leave that up. Back to business. I actually am going to go downstairs. I'm sitting here eating peanuts. Shouldn't be doing it. I'm going to go find something to eat for dinner.
Is it either CSI, Squall, Scott, Valkyrie, Crystal? Oh, let's see. I don't know, and the rest, right? Who've had chicken on a stick on panel. Either all received what I did say, or they're trying to hide to play setup time with chicken on a stick. Because they either made a fake one or the real one is still on its bullshit. Either way, I was aware it was chicken on a stick the other day. Okay. Now, and I have proof of that. Hell, it was on video when I was. Anyway, point is that I was like, fucking really? Really? Anyway, y'all. All I know is that if the real person that sent me the shit today, okay, that I didn't sign for, that a minor did, so I don't know the legalities of that. I wasn't even present. But sent the rest of them paperwork too. Or, right? Because they've made a fake chicken on a stick and a fake profile for all these months, which I would find weird. I don't know. They're pretty dedicated around here to harassment, trying to stir shit. You have to just kind of guess about it. Really. Anyway, what this will allow me to do in court is to subpoena Squirrel, Scott, Valkyrie, CSI, Shay, Crystal, and the rest. And they can hide those materials. They can private them. They can erase them. But a court can order them. And they can order it to be, shown in open court. These videos where, they say things like Squall says to Chicken on a Stick here, well, we're really pressing some buttons, as in collectively together trying to help target Jodisue. Now, real odd, right? But that's what this will allow if I take it fully out there. I'll let them go ahead and file the lawsuits and do whatever else and go all the way to court. It's going to allow me to summon Scott, Valkyrie, CSI, Shay, Crystal, Squirrel, all their real names, all their real faces. And if that is not the person they've been saying it is behind Chicken on a Stick, then it shows more of the setup to the police, to courts, to the feds. Now, y'all, I may go to jail for a day or two. But if that's what the fuck it takes to show the ties and the harassment and the targeting and to out these people under their real names, I'll do it. I will have the shit suit out of me to do that. Now, this person went and straight up lied to the court. Either way, it doesn't matter. And I don't know that it was court. It just takes you writing out whatever the fuck and then having a notary do whatever. But the thing is, for starters, all this cute shit predates my mention of Chicken on a Stick and their supposed real name, right? Who's really kin to Squirrel. Now, and of course, on this, you have on this one example, this is early May 7th, I believe. And you have Justin over here, and you have Shay, and you have Squirrel, and you have Chicken on a Stick, and and then you have months worth of screenshots of the person behind Chicken on a Stick, supposedly in all the groups on Facebook and otherwise, talking shit with my name out there in the same sentence. And but then here's the thing: all things come back to a 5-year ago period, right? And those things that I have very real receipts for, that person did indeed tag myself and 2 others on Facebook. They're not while we were asleep and accused us of all kinds of business, and we all woke up like, what the hell is this talking about, right? And tried to backtrack, did whatever, and then contacted family and did, just bizarre shit, like I said the other day. But I haven't thought about it much since, because I don't care. But in this shit today, it's them saying that I accused them of stealing evidence or something, or that was not the case. You got it, like they think I named fucking cat Mike because of it. That's not the case. Hell are these people thinking, bro? They really, all these people, man, they think they take up more headspace, man, they do. But I'd say months worth of panel writing, talking shit about me to a group centered directly around case of blow that bullshit out of the water. And for years even, and for being the one to start shit by tagging me publicly in some bullshit that was a lie, that I do have very real receipts for, and conversations for. And, and they can try to clean that shit, but Facebook downloaded data is Facebook downloaded data. So, it is what it is. Yeah, hash brown thing is I didn't pick that name, my daughter did. But they really are now like, cat's name's Mark! The fuck? And kid named a cat. We've had conversations about this on these videos. So everybody's like, why did Barb change my, because my kid wanted it, so right? It doesn't do with me. Anyway, hell, it was months ago, man. Mike's been here for months. I didn't even realize who Chicken on a Stick was till the other day. Give me a break. The hell? Anyway, so here's the thing. And if they've really, this group created Chicken on a Stick, try to make it look like, oh, it's real strange because they use their real name in all the real groups and real news articles, and they still really, under every memory and shit I and others had shared on Facebook, still go around talking mad shit, and have for years. Either way, either all the people involved in this got what I did today, but worse, because I think that would actually be criminal charges. Like, immediately out the door, what they've been doing if it was done under somebody else's name, creating fake, I don't know. Regardless.
So, sorry, I stepped away. I went downstairs. I'm making chicken nuggets and pierogies for me and my granddaughter. Yummy, yummy. So I'm going to be stepping away and checking on food. What she's saying Hold on, let me go back just a second.
Because they use their real name in all the real groups and real news articles, and they still really, under every memory and shit I and others had shared on Facebook, still go around talking mad shit, and have for years. Either way.
So a couple things I want you to grasp while I'm running back and forth while you're listening. I don't know what it is, but she's been telling me on that phone call that chicken on a stick on this phone call. Maybe I should play this while I'm cooking. She's going to tell me, I believe it's on this phone call, that chicken on a stick hadn't been in contact with her in 5 years, and that all this shit took place 5 years ago, and that it's over a green car. However, the story she's giving you here in this recording is much different than what the fuck she told me. She's telling you about how Andy lived 3 doors down from her and who the families are, and how chicken on a stick is connected to the Rebecca Crawford that I just showed you. Jodisue confirmed was who Squall is to me. Yeah, bunch of shit. Watch this while I go finish these. They shouldn't take long.
So Amy to Amanda was like, I don't know what I'm at. But to me, she was like, bitch. I was like, I know, Amy. And we'd had that conversation months prior that Amanda was nothing but trouble. Stay as far away from her as I could while I was friends with Luke and Eric. And I'll be damned if it wasn't trouble. But that's the first people Amanda did. She reached out to my sister to start the rumors, the poor me bullshit, And that's what she do. She fucking loops, right? So then, and she always has a look. So then, what she does is she reaches out to Andy too. And who does that? Is this kindergarten place or what? No, ain't none of nobody's business. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, girl, we ain't too. But she wants to win people and all this shit, and she's always stirring fucking shit. So then, what happens is, after that, the green card thing happens. Oh, a year later or something. That's how far I was like, is this bitch kidding me? So Andy jumps out of the fucking car on her and is like, motherfucker, do not be on my property again. Don't. And he told Kevin, he's like, me and you are not going to get along. If you're
So wait, she was sneaking on your property?
No, Kevin didn't know what the bitch was up to. And she had him bring her to our property saying she wanted to look at that green car.
That's what I'm saying, Jodisue. You don't find something fishy with all of that? And then all of a sudden, a year later, Summer's missing?
No, it wasn't a year later. This was about 4 years before Summer.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, it goes to prove she knows the area and she's capable of sneaking up on land.
Her family just lives right there across the county line on the Sullivan side. That's where she was kind of raised. And she is semi-kin to Andy. However, I know Andy doesn't deal around the crazy bitch. That's why I knew what she was saying was untrue. And her going on with, well, Andy, he's got so much support in the community and all this. And I'm like, you whine, bitch. So then what happens is, here she is involved now that Summer's vanished, playing chick on a stick, pretending she knows all about my life. And and blah, blah, blah. And all she ever spoke on wasn't Summer. It was making me look suspect. It was always my name, dude, coming out of her damn mouth.
So you seen her and was in contact with her before she went on Squalls?
No, I mean, I had not seen or heard from Athie since the green.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's just odd, Jodisue. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, it to me, looking at everything I seen and seeing who's friends with who, and I'm off YouTube right now. You're kind of blowing me away a little bit, And
Amy admitted in the one panel because her and Squall have a good laugh about it, about how she's been watching me all these years on Facebook, which tells me where I've got her blocked. That means she's got other profiles. And the thing is, that means she's got access onto my Facebook somehow. And I know everybody on mine. So that means she's using somebody else's to do it, or she's pretending to be somebody else we know, and I don't realize it because all those videos she's talking about with Squall that she watched were private ones that Squall stole, but Athie, and they make mention of it, had watched prior. The only way that that could have been done is if she's actually ensconced on my damn Facebook somehow.
Scott?
So, Athie has been stalking me for the entire 5
years. Right. That's what I'm saying. What if she's trying to set you up for summer?
I don't know, man, because she has.
Well, listen, the night I told you about her and you were live when you found out about her, and this is what I was trying to get to you, with you before. You had started whispering, and a lot of people didn't pay attention, but Jodisue, I was in tune, you know? And you mentioned Luke and Tucker. Did you see the new video that came out? I don't know how long ago because I really haven't been paying attention. And it just come across, but somebody who worked for Tucker had made mention that somebody wanted to, well, wait, listen, that somebody in Tucker's family wanted to adopt their children, pay them for a child. They wanted a girl in the Tucker's family.
I've not seen that.
Okay, do you know that Linda is the daycare provider for, I'll send it to you, I'll find it, it's in my history.
County, all that shit, supposedly, she used to send me pictures of inside the daycares, inside of her house. It's goofy. But Linda's not Linda. But there's something wrong with Linda. And Linda's vanished since the Post-it Note 3 conversation with TM panel where Scott was on there with Post-it Note 3 and they suddenly got along.
No, that was months ago. Linda's still around.
I know.
Linda is still around, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. That day I was talking to you, I got real sus again of you. Because while I'm talking to you, she's messaging me.
Oh. Yeah, she's still got her real, like the Facebook, the Linda, whatever, but and she'll message her. However, she's under different clothes and cat right now.
Can I tell you? I want to tell you something, but I can't. Because I don't know if there's truth to it, and I don't want it getting out there until I know.
She was used as a weapon to destroy, basically, Crummet and Gavel's fucking, quote, database. But Crummet and Gavel, they've become just as pointed weapons as you and Shay were.
Oh, yeah. They're idiots.
Shay, well, she's drinking Kool-Aid, but behind the scenes, I know even like a month ago, Crummet and Gavel are like, yeah, Jodiseue's innocent, but we're still doing this. But you know, and it's gotten worse though, to where they almost believe it, even behind scenes. But they don't realize how much they were fucked with. That their database was literally destroyed from the word go once they were brought here. And like the Lori Methvin character from Facebook, that profile / Robert Methvin is the string that ties a lot of these. Right?
Who?
Lori and a Robert Methvin profile. The one that hangs out in the Chill After Darks groups, other places, you'll find them. They're actually one of the hackers and weapons. They're a fake thing used by this group. And they are the ones that draw in Crummet and Gavel and are ensconced in their Facebook court group that finds out about the database first. Then Crummet and Gavel are brought onto YouTube and preyed upon. Scott 8 puts Linda inside of there, feeding them bullshit that kind of destroys it and makes them have to go to Benny Keys. And that's basically all they got left at that point is what they think is the golden egg, which is the Discord group. Right? they think they really got something.
Man, I feel
But
like I
do-
need to go get me a fucking Discord to figure it out because I don't understand Discord.
Discord's fucked. And you ain't getting nowhere with that.
Okay, but anyways, let me go back a little bit because I didn't mean to go that far into this. My question was that night you were whispering, you mentioned Luke being like intertwined with Tucker, right?
Maybe because his family owned or still owns a business that does drywall and housing and all that shit. And then when Luke's uncle died, not long before he stopped hanging out and talking and shit with the Eric stuff, which Luke and I
Like, why can't they just be proud for the kid? He's doing something good in his life.
They used it to terrorize me and put out bullshit.
I hate to say it, but I if I was your son, I'd be happy to. The military's hard, but I'd be happy to get the fuck away from there with the way they're doing
swear to
him.
God, I've got somebody on my fucking page in my comments going, it looks like you in the red truck, JSP.
Oh.
Really? Yeah, I'm on it. How in the fuck am I taking a picture of myself in a camper out into the roadway?
Oh my God. Did you call the police and show them they're driving by your house and taking pictures?
Well, the cops were already here a few minutes later because I called him and told him what time to, be here with these fucking lawsuit shit. And I've asked them to that.
Should I call somebody? Is there a phone number on them court papers?
You can always call 279-7500 or the court clerk's office in Sullivan County.
All right.
And look, you can go.
We're supposed to hate each other. How we both being sued by the same fucking person? What?
Fuck if I know. And I need a judge. I need you to send me what your web page looks like in full effect.
I don't know if I have all. I might. Listen, you just got to give me. You don't understand. Like, I was really, really done with this, but now Amanda Athy made me want to go harder. Like, I want to know who the fuck Scott is, and I want to know who Squall is, and I want to know how they're connected, and I want to know.
Who will rip that mask off?
There's,
This right
yeah.
here will do that.
Yep. That's probably why Squall's fucking hiding.
Yep.
That's probably exactly why Squall's hiding.
That coincides with some shit going on here. She's been very quiet since it happened.
Yeah.
And
She has since before I even took my channel down.
Yep. And it coincides with something I know about. So yeah, there's a reason.
See? I'm getting sued.
What? For how much?
I don't know.
Oh, this one is in there that she's after whatever, and the only thing they can't confiscate from us is clothing and family Bibles, girl.
Well, what the fuck are they? They ain't taking my shit. I don't even have much. I don't even own my home. I have no assets.
Let me explain to you that this girl, I barely knew ever had it.
She's gonna lose, Jodisue. I have the very first video, and I'm pretty sure that's the same one she talked about Andy's funeral in. Was the very first interview she did. Is that what you need?
Yes. But there's another one out there to where he goes into greater detail and is saying that my family's screaming at me at the funeral, that they're telling me about the YouTube bullshit to shut the fuck up, and there's a whole big fight, and all the women are telling me my aunt.
Yeah, I remember that. That was CSI.
Mm-hmm.
Did Piper remove the video?
She's hid half of her shit.
Okay, so we get a court order for her to have to force to show it.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe, but it's going to cost.
You should tell your attorney. No, tell your attorney that's where the proof is. That Piper has it and it's hidden. Because your attorney can court order that.
Yeah, they can.
I'm
yeah,
not
they
going
can
to
do
call them because they didn't give me anything yet. The only thing I got was that attorney. I seen it.
seen it.
Yeah, my husband was just telling me about it. The only thing I seen was that attorney ad. Like, come get an attorney in Kingsport. I'm thinking my ass is in fucking Pittsburgh.
Look, I'm getting ready to hire the best, and he is absolutely part of the boys club, and he wins cases without walking into court. And I'm very much pleased. And he is the attorney to have, and this is so easy. He'll take this shit without being paid for.
Yeah.
I promise.
This is all
So,
summer. Somebody's going to take this pro bono. Have you ever thought of doing that? Faye, okay, I'm sorry. I love you. Do you work
And I'm
tonight?
telling you,
all right.
If you get me enough evidence,
oh God,
on this shit, you're not going to be here. You won't have to pay for an attorney. You have nothing to worry about, and he can represent you without you ever having to touch here.
All right.
When it's done, I'm telling you, AP does have
Malaya's going with you?
That you can go on a nice vacation. And we can be
Jodisue,
free.
hold on 1 minute, please. Say that again. Me. Who did? Chris McDonough?
Yeah. And I was told by God, yeah. So they were stalking me, and he was parked outside of the oncology in Kingsport office, thinking that's where I was. How in the fuck they know my oncologist was there, dude? Right?
What the fuck?
And he was just literally, I got the message, I'm parked outside of oncology. Excuse the fuck out of me, but they had the wrong one. I was at the one in Johnson City.
Oh my God.
So he was just going to jump out on me and force it. Then I called him and lied to me about going to talk to Lawson that day and all these other things, and I didn't feel good, and he kept trying to push it so he could like bum rush me with an interview, right?
This was
And
recently?
Yeah. But
what the fuck am I missing?
And the PIs and cops, because I kind of it did coincide. My mom and mother were both sick. My mother ends up in the ER. When I get back here from oncology, she's gone. I didn't think anything about it. And then my mom calls and goes, "Mother's in the hospital." I was like, "What the fuck?" And this was in the middle when he told Chris that I was home, but I didn't feel good. I was going to rest. You know, since he was going to be in town for a couple of days, he could fuck off. But instead, he was like, "Well, I'll be here in a minute. I'll be here no matter what I said." And I think he thinks I lied to him. But man, that right there, you just don't show up stalking my ass, knowing somehow where my other oncologist is, and out in the parking lot waiting on me after.
I would have called the police.
And like, that's fucked, girl.
I would have called the police. Like, I don't give a shit who he is. You don't show up at somebody's doctor's.
Well, here's the thing, though. From the very earliest period of this group, Tiffany Marie, I have proof Tiffany Marie was having taste.
So apparently, I did not beat the clock, and the next one started. Let me go back to Jodisue here. You're going to hear the difference. Not this one. You're going to hear the difference in the story she told me about a car. And I also want you to keep an eye on, so she said this happened 5 years prior. In this video, you're going to hear Jodisue tell you that chicken on a stick, it sounds like the green car or something. There was another incident that happened in 2020, and she's reading the text messages to them. Chicken on a stick was stalking her, dude. Like, no fucking kidding. There was a war going on between these two that lasted 5 years. Jodisue acts like it was 5 years and then we didn't talk. Well, all throughout this video, you're going to hear Jodisue's story from what she told me change. I'm going to go eat.
Either all the people involved in this got what I did today. but worse, because I think that would actually be criminal charges, like immediately out the door. What they've been doing if it was done under somebody else's name, creating fake. I don't know. Regardless, point is, fake, real, etc. This allows me to ask the court to summon all of them with their materials, the real faces, and real names. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. And since they're tiebacks to BK, it'll be on down the line. And everybody who has shared clips of Chicken on a Stick is also subject to summons to court as witnesses and to tie together what they've either done to myself, which is going to prove my ass innocent and mind fucked, or it's going to prove that it's the real person behind these real profiles who have absolutely been doing what they're trying to accuse me of doing, which is like defamation, slander, whatever, for years now that I've paid no mind to, and that they initiated 5 years ago.
So they initiated 5 years ago. There was a fight 5 years ago. Now, what she's doing is that's the story she told me. You're going to hear more of the story. But, shit, lost my train of thought. Hold on. Seem to keep doing this because I'm running around.
And mind fucked. Or it's going to prove that it's the real person behind these real profiles.
She was confused at this point, and she wasn't aware if this was really Amanda Athey or if it was another one, but she was saying Amanda Athey was out there. It really doesn't make sense to me. She was acting as though somebody stole Amanda Athey's profile and picture, and it wasn't her. Although Amanda Athey's voice is out there, and it would be proven later that it absolutely was her because she sued us. Right? All right.
Profiles who have absolutely been doing what they're trying to accuse me of doing, which is like defamation, slander, whatever, for years now that I've paid no mind to, and that they initiated 5 years ago. That I have very real screenshots and pics of and proof of down the line. Here's the thing. Y'all. It's over a month ago. I didn't do my chicken on a stick piece till a couple days ago. So yeah, I'd say slander defamation was occurring towards me a long time before I made a chicken on a stick piece the other day. And then, let's see. I don't want to show his last name. We're there, but these are photos, and it's weird because Linda's on all these others, and Anyway, I'm just gonna hide the names. Anyway, but they're all on here, right? In groups with Squirrel under their real names and Facebook profiles. Okay, and this was May. Let me see if it's shared under Shay's real name in that group, and then you have. Oh, here you go. It's either the fake or the real one. Who really knows at this point? But you have this one over a month ago, right? With openly calling me fucking names, targeting, harassing me, slandering, defamation, predating anything it alleges here with me. So that's a little odd, right? That's a little odd. Here the thing is, in 2018, this is a conversation between this person and I about what she had done at the time. But it was, if anyone should be sorry, it's me. Trust me, I want you under less shit, not more. And honestly, it's about 62% of the reason I was so pissed to begin with. At least after I knew what all she was doing, it wasn't right, and it ticked me off that she was using you, lying, manipulating everyone with your name and mentions. And this person goes, I appreciate your concern, but she put me in this, and now I understand how far she's able to go. For absolutely no reason, he says. And I was like, she's dragging my GD sister into it. I was like, fucking furious. She's really messaging my sister. And I was like, my sister's asking others what's going on. I was like, so who knows what?
Sister involvement. Just like she did in Summer's case. Chicken on a stick and Amy, who doesn't get along very much. We're going to go back to Amy in a little bit here. Hold on. 5 years prior, 2018.
But this person said her sound. And they go, I told her it was Mandy Sterling. Right? Shit. So, and this was after this person had tagged us all overnight in stuff that was crazy publicly for the world to see for hours while we were all asleep. That I have screenshots for still. They still exist. So, they were like, the bestie of the world for this person. I was like, I appreciate your concern, but she put me in this, referring to that person, and now I understand how far she's able to go for absolutely no reason. Right? Oh.
Maybe it's a crazy patient or
Could be
a patient family member.
Yeah,
or something
sometimes
like
I
that.
had someone when I left the shift one day, and it was a patient that was on my shift. That actually happened to me. It happened.
Oh,
So it
that's
could totally
disconcerting.
be real life.
All I can tell is it's a young guy, younger.
Okay. Do you know? Tell us what he looks like.
I can't. He always wears sunglasses and a hat down over his head, and he stays far enough away from me that so that I can't see his face.
What kind of hat you think? Like a hat, like Benny's hat on this picture, or
just a baseball cap.
Okay. And you've got the vehicle description, correct?
I do. All I can see, all I've ever been able to find is its Sullivan County plates, which is, that makes sense because that's where it is.
Is it a car that's really common or is it like a pretty noticeable car or?
No, it's really common.
Okay. So that sucks. That makes it harder.
If it were something that stood out like a Ferrari or something, that'd be pretty easy to find, but this car would not be. There's probably these.
They've never made any aggressive maneuvers in the car towards you or any jazz like that?
No, I got out of the car one day and this particular store is closed on Sunday mornings, and the car pulled in and it sat there and I was just angry and I started walking towards the car, and that's when he took off and I saw that it had Sullivan County plates on it.
Okay.
Do you have a dash cam or anything in your car?
A what?
A dash cam that you could put in? You could even put a dash cam. They're like, you could get them super cheap, like $40. You could put one.
It's usually turned off, and the car is always parked like the way that it wouldn't be facing the car parked over there.
Or maybe just record your trips, record your trips. Just turn your camera on and record your trips while you're driving.
Yeah.
Once you get in safe, you can turn it off or whatever. But
I actually have a picture of the car.
You do?
Do you really?
I took a picture of it.
Good.
But it's like I said, it's there's really nothing identifiable about this car.
Amy, I wouldn't give that to anybody. I would not tell any. I would keep it very close to you. Give it to the police. And everybody in the chat is encouraging you to protect yourself and to report it. And I absolutely agree. You should document it and get it on paper, even if you think, or it's embarrassing. I don't know how you feel about it, but it's very important you document this, that it's happening. And if you see them.
Is it a white car? I'll just ask you that. Is it a white car?
No, it's dark gray.
Dark gray. Okay.
It's a dark gray Camry.
A dark gray Camry.
Not like a
Okay,
silver
this
one,
is
like a darker gray. And how common is that car? It's a Camry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you think it's a cop? Yes. Sage just said it could be an Ellie, or could it be an unmarked car or no?
You know, I actually thought about that when this whole thing started up, because I know that like they were questioning members of my family. They never actually talked to me, and I kind of thought, well, maybe it is just like an unmarked, like an undercover, something like that. But I don't know why they wouldn't. Why would they do that and not even have ever knocked on my door?
Right.
True.
That doesn't make sense.
Just ask me or talk to me, or I don't know anything about any of these people. I don't live where they live, and I haven't since I left high school. So there's like, it's her where they used to live is probably an hour from where I live. We don't live in the same place. Like I don't know if I got roped into this.
So you're an hour.
Members, notice she said, I thought it might be Ellery because they were questioning members of my family. But why would they pinpoint you to pick out and follow around and take pictures of? Because it sounds like Ellie to me. Amy. Do y'all remember not too long ago, around Halloween, Jodisue got on my panel and begged me, please just leave my sister alone. Just leave my sister alone. You can go after me. Leave my sister alone. This is why I won't.
Or away and someone's following you.
Well, I'm an hour away from where they used to live.
Okay.
What's that? Whatever road that is at
Ben Hill?
Ben Hill.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a
So
long,
which would put you what, like maybe 35, 40 minutes from Jody?
I live about a half hour.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's kind of a little ways out for someone to be.
Yet she just said she's being followed in Sullivan, but she works in Johnson City. Odd. Why you lying, Amy?
Following you. How often does it happen? Every
And I
day?
don't work in the same town I live in.
You don't. How long? All right. So if don't say exactly how long your commute is, but how long do they follow you for?
I don't know. Like I never noticed. The only time I ever noticed the car is when it pulls in across the street and just sits there until I leave.
And then do they follow you out?
But then it goes like when I turn in to go. I don't really want to say exactly where I work.
No, please don't. Please don't say anything. I don't want you to put yourself in a bad way at all.
It always goes like
Don't
straight.
give me identifying information about anything in your life.
How long has this been going on, Miss Turner?
I want to say like last March or April, and it had happened a few times before I actually realized. I'm like, okay, I've seen this car do the same thing over and over and over again. I don't think this is a coincidence anymore. And then I noticed one day he was actually holding his phone up, like he was taking pictures over the dash, and I was like, is that guy taking pictures of me? Like that's creepy.
Wow.
And then all this started, and I was like, oh, I bet this has something to do with that. But it was like once a week there for a while, and then I changed my schedule around, and it got kind of sporadic there for a while, and I guess I became harder to find.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
When you change your daily routine, because they say that if you're going to, protect yourself, the best thing to do is to leave at different times, not have the same habits, not drive the same. But who does that, right? Everyone's going to work in the morning. They don't have time to go a different way or leave a little bit later the next day. It's difficult. So if you have a routine and someone's been following you for over almost a year.
Almost a year. Yeah.
That's very, very.
I actually had to put cameras on my house after that because I wasn't sure if that person was actually following me home, if that's where they followed me from, and that's how they figured out where I worked, or I don't know.
Amy, you haven't reported this at all in all this time. Like you've not. What's holding you back from reporting this? Are you afraid?
No.
Okay.
No, I carry. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just, even if you carry though, like seriously, be careful.
He's never made any like threatening anything. He never gets out of the car. He never like pulls up next to me or anything crazy like that. Like he keeps his distance, but I feel like he keeps his distance so that I can't see who he is.
Right. You got to get his license plate number, hon. Like
tried, and all I've gotten so hard for a long time.
She's when you all went for eldest graduation. So okay,
I was not there. I had COVID.
You weren't there. Okay. So Roxy,
I was quarantined.
Yeah, that was fun.
So who knows?
I'm wondering if maybe that Amy, it's something related to your, the thing that's going on with you. If it might be just someone who saw you in real life, I would hate to think of someone from YouTube, but that's a kind of a rare thing. It does happen. I've seen people, roll up on people in real life multiple times, but
I was a bartender for a long time.
Very common.
It's pretty common for you work in like certain places like bars.
Yeah, I think it's more common in real life than YouTube, but
I just don't.
Yeah. So Who shared the photo again of the truck?
Oh, Killer.
Okay, Killer. So
I think they actually thought that truck belonged to Kevin Wood.
Okay.
Because I think he's supposed to be Prince Jughead, maybe. I don't know. This is my mind was going. I was like, what is a spiny or a spiky or whatever? What is that? Apparently, it's
Crystal's gonna get. She's gonna get so much
Like-
satisfaction knowing that you're trying to solve the riddle too.
I mean, we know what we get it, but it's like what the I was like, what the hell is a spiky or a spiny? It's
You're spiky. You're spiky. Bet you're spiky. That's what I called you. That was your nickname. And yeah, I think I had the names. I was given the name Eric. I forget Eric's last name. Stapleton. He's part of their group. Sue me. I don't give a fuck anymore. They all been out there. But I had it mixed up, yes, with Kevin. But what she is referring to is my little fairy tale where I was giving out clues. Isn't it funny that I can come back now? Because all the lawsuits are dropped. Which one was it?
They would travel out of town. They would do a lot of traveling and stuff.
Yes, extensively. I mean, like, okay, so Washington, Michigan, some beaches. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they went out west.
Froggy, so good.
And they had, partners they hung out with that, they would all go together, like trade the vehicles. That was crazy.
They would travel out of town. They would do.
That's not the live I was looking for. The short. I have a short. One of these. Go check out my shorts. I don't have many, and as you can see, I haven't did many, but most of these were part of my riddle because I'm not real good at shorts. And I was trying to be clever, but what you're seeing today and what you've been seeing for a while now, at least a year, is me unraveling the riddle and giving it all to you straight up. But that's what she was referring to. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. I think it's funny you were trying to figure it out. Hi, Spiky.
actually, yeah, Jughead, maybe. I don't know. This is my mind was going. I was like, what is a spiny or a spiky or whatever? What is that? Apparently, it's a
Crystal's gonna get. She's gonna get so much
Like-
satisfaction knowing that you're trying to solve the riddle too.
I mean, we know what we get it, but it's like, what the? I was like, what the hell is a spiky or a spiny? And somebody had to tell me it's from the Gremlins. I was like, oh.
Killer said Andy sold a green plane in the fairy tale. Crystal calls them planes, airplanes instead of
Notice that, yeah.
vehicles. So
It's cute.
oh, it's a gas station.
So I did switch it around. However, that's because Chicken on a Stick's dad-in-law, owns a whole bunch of planes on Roach Farms, right next to his property, which is right split between Tucker Hollow and Ducktown, where Candace took Hunter. I don't know.
Save a child at a gas station. I'm sure her sister would have heard about that. No.
Well, I haven't seen her in a really long time, so.
Well, if your husband was there, you'd hear about it, right?
They did not come back they didn't go down together. They didn't come back together.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Gotcha.
That makes sense. It's pronounced Bucky's. Okay. I know what Bucky's is. I don't know what.
The big bougie gas stations that have like a trillion gas pumps and yeah.
Yes. That's a fact.
Let's just looking through here. So is there anything you want else that you want to clear up? Do you want to maybe like Killer, how do you feel about that red truck now? Do you want to keep it up? Like I don't know. Do you want it down, Amy? Are you like feeling a certain type of way, or you're okay?
From what I understand, like a man bought that truck for his son.
Okay.
And about a year after he had it, he totaled it. So that truck doesn't even exist anymore.
Ooh. All right.
Okay.
His dad actually, yeah. Sad state of affairs, but yeah, he totaled it. So that was a really, really, really rare truck. That's why I was like, where did you get, like, there's no way you saw another one of those. They only made like a handful of those.
It's a very nice truck.
And there were very few of those. And I've never seen another one.
Amy, can I ask you like a couple questions while you're up here just to, and you don't have to answer me if you don't feel comfortable, just say so. I know that I had asked you back a while ago on a different channel how you felt about Jody possibly being involved with Summer's disappearance. And I don't mean that she hurt Summer or anything like that. Do you still stand on the statement that you absolutely would never, expect her to harm a child or have anything to do with?
No, not at all.
At all. Okay.
No, she wouldn't do that.
What about if something might have happened? Do you think she would try to protect one of her loved ones? Do you think that would be a different situation?
Like if someone in her family hurt?
Yeah, like, or not, if an accident happened and something went wrong and it was to protect, one of her children or, loved ones or anyone close to her, do you think she would cover for them, basically?
Honestly, no.
You don't?
No.
Wow.
I really don't. No.
Okay.
No, I think she would have said something.
That's fair. I appreciate you answering that. I want to put you on the spot, and I know she's your sister, so thank you for answering that again. Mm-hmm. The live isn't up. That's why I wanted to ask you anyway, and I wanted to see if your opinion had changed at all.
No, I would love to know what happened to that little girl, but them living next door, I think it's all just coincidental. Like, I don't think anybody, her kids, Andy, I don't think any of those people had anything to do with that little girl going missing.
Okay.
I wish somebody would find her or something would happen where we would at least know what happened to her. So this could all get put to rest, but yeah.
Can I ask you something else? How many, I don't know if I should ask, maybe I shouldn't. No, it's okay. I'll just let you chill because you're already dealing with enough. I don't want to like pick your brain while you're up here. It's all good. No worries. Killer said he wants to make you comfortable. He said, I'm down to make Amy comfortable. It was a think tank and now we know. So there you go. Perfect. Killer looks as a good guy. I don't think he's trying to hurt you or anything.
Yeah, that's what everybody said.
Dogs are better. Wants to know if you have a good relationship with Jody.
I very rarely ever see her, to be honest. Maybe like once a year on the holidays.
Yeah, so you're not close.
So what's the difference between, hi Chris, sorry I stepped away to heat my coffee. What's the difference between Killer looks doxing her, me doxing her? And I didn't even dox her. I just put out a couple fucking messages between the fucking two of us. But hey, killer looks way before, and justice for all. They can dox the shit out of her and it's all good, right? But they're gonna sue me for the same fucking shit. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
No, I kind of moved away and came back and moved away again, came back again.
It's okay. Let's see, can I ask why Jody would want to put herself in the middle of all this? Well, no crimes. I think there's a lot of weird moving parts to it that would make a lot of sense if maybe things are a little bit more clear.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know.
Well, Amy,
I might agree with that as well.
Huh?
I might agree with that as well. There's probably a lot of moving parts that would make more sense if we knew. But there again, I fully believe that there are some things, that.
No, Chris, Amy is Jodisue. Excuse me, now I got hiccups. Amy is Jodisue Brown's sister.
It shouldn't stretch to the public, in my opinion.
Well, there's so much misinformation out there and people just chasing things that really are so irrelevant to this little girl. I wonder how, I just hope that hasn't actually affected her case.
And what's really funny, let me light this cigarette, is that same voice is on Ziggy's panel as a woman named Brittany, a one-time guest. She's a real estate agent. They have ties to Miami to the name Preto, who's my step family. Right, Amy?
I agree.
I was just actually thinking about that earlier today, about how, if anything could have possibly affected, here, and like what things might keep. The TBI already said that, certain entities have made it near impossible, like the internet, right? That's sad to me because no, I don't want to hurt Summer. You know what I mean? I always try to keep it like as factual as I possibly can, but it's a really big mess,
It is a mess, a hot mess.
Has Amy watched Jody's streams? I think you do.
I do not.
Oh,
Nope.
You do not.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I don't watch anything. I'll get a message like, hey, you need to join in this or say your piece or whatever, and that's really about the size of it. I watched that stuff and so long, it's frustrating and I can't do it.
Okay. Penny said, ma'am, respectfully, you've said yourself you don't know her that well. She's not a good person. Also, Andy asked Boog if he thought his mom had something to do with it. Boog said anything is possible.
I never heard any of that. So
okay.
I don't want to put words in somebody else's mouth. I never actually heard my nephew say that. I never heard any of those things.
All right.
But again, I don't really see these people all that often. So
Cat's eye question. Okay, I'm only going to ask her one more because I don't want to badger her. She came up to get some stuff off her chest. I don't want to make her do like a Q&A. The real Andy B has a gray car in his community post 5 months ago. Is it the same car? I'll have Amy check that out.
We actually kind of thought it was because apparently we kept seeing a car that fit the same description, and we were kind of wondering if it was the same car.
For real?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This one was
Good question, Cat's eye.
close to my house.
Wow. And that was the last question I was going to let go through too. So hold on, let's see his community post.
Yeah, that's the actual, that's the picture that I sent him of that car. And I'm like, have you?
So Amy's been in contact prior to this, sending Andy B pictures of cars. Is this the car following you? And now Andy B's in there saying, like, getting the pictures from Amy, proving their friendship, the flying monkeys that Jodisue talks about that are talking behind her back or her family. This would be one of them, even though she'll go over there and say, I love my sister, my sibling, my sibling, my sibling. This is how her sibling treats her. And this is only interview 2. I have most of interview 1 pulled up as well. I believe maybe all of it. I don't know. It's not in order. That's why I said we're going to be here a while. We're only 20 minutes into this 47-minute live. Let me see what speed I got it on. We'll put it on 1.5. See if we can understand.
Have you seen this car? Do you ever see this car? Do you know who drives this car? And he was like, I'm pretty sure that's the same car that I've seen near my work, which is really close to my house, like a couple football fields from my house.
All right, so hold on, explain to me because I heard you wrong. It says, well, let me pull this up because I feel like I just said something that was completely wrong and is going to head in a totally different direction. So let me pull up Andy's page real quick because it looks like, so you said you sent him this photo and he put it up and he inquired about someone contacting him. Is that correct? Because
no,
that's not what I heard from you at all, but what I see is different.
I sent that picture to Andy because I was trying to figure out who this car was. Like, do you know this person? Do you know who drives this car? And he was like, no, why? But I think, he's like, I think that's probably the same car that I see sitting near my work all the time. So we think that like him and I were seeing the same car in 2 different places.
So it's a newer one.
It's newer. It's not brand new.
Well, it's newer than older. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
I didn't even notice that was there. I would have never seen it.
He posted that for me, trying to see if anybody drove that car. That was
okay.
That was
I misunderstood you. I thought he had a car on his page that you questioned was him. Okay, thank you.
No. I was asking him, hey, do you know who drives this car? Have you seen this car before?
So
Thinking
Andy writes
somebody I know or something weird like that. Like, do you know who drives this? And he had no idea either. But he said that there was a car that fit that same description that used to sit across the street from where he worked, doing the same thing. And I was like, maybe it's the same person.
And Andy wrote, with the stalker in the gray car, please get in contact with me. That is all. I almost vaguely remember seeing him post this, and I would never have thought it had anything to do with you, right?
But there's so many of those cars. You see what I mean? Like there's a billion of that car. It's so common and just,
So you took the picture, sent it to him. He posted up for you, tried to help. That's good. That's good. I'm glad that he helped you. Geez, Amy. So sorry. I hope that it gets figured out. I really think you should just call the cops on him if he does it again, or whoever this person is. Because a year is a long time for someone who's stalking you. That's like an escalate at some point, I'd imagine.
It took me about 5 or 6 times of seeing it do the same thing before I was like, hold up, this is not okay. Like, what's happening here? And I just started paying more attention and realized that the person actually was holding their phone up over the steering wheel, taking pictures or a video or something. What they did with those, I don't know. I don't want to know. But yeah.
Well, you know what? I'd love to know if anything comes of it. Please tell us. I would love to know if maybe you could figure out who's doing this or if it stops, and I hope that it does. You should never have to be followed or afraid or nervous if someone's following you, or that's just not right.
Yeah. I haven't seen him in a few weeks. So
Andy?
No. Oh, no, the car.
The guy? Okay.
I've seen him in a few weeks, but I didn't see him for a few months for a long time, and I thought it had stopped, and then here he appears again.
When did he appear again? Just recent, you said?
It's been like end of November, beginning of December, something like that. It's been probably 6 or 7 weeks ago, I would think.
And it's like consistent now. Like it's going back on again a lot. Yeah, that's scary. I pray for your safety then.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. From like one woman to another. Seriously, that's serious. And I think you should get it on paper with the police. But I know that's not easy for some people to do or whatever. Or maybe you can handle it yourself. But just
I just feel like if I did say something,
yeah,
they're going to be like, well, I mean, you can't, there's nothing we can do until this person physically confronts you or physically harms you. That's the way that goes. You say somebody's following you and stalking you and they can't do anything about it until they hurt you. And then it's a problem. But I mean, I can't make him stop sitting across the street.
Yeah.
Like,
is it possible you just have the same schedule? Like, or no?
I thought that too, but sometimes I see him at night. Sometimes I see him in the daytime. Never on the same day. Gas station.
That's worrisome.
That gas station is actually closed, and it still sits across the street. And this was on like a Sunday morning, so there was no school. There was no. The parking place that he's sitting is like the building is abandoned. There's nothing in it. It really has no reason to be parked there.
Amy, you should probably see. I don't want to advise you what to do. You do whatever. I just trying to think of ways that you could confront the situation. And Brandy, what's not real or correct information? Why she hasn't considered Ellie is beyond me. Brandy said.
What is Ellie?
Law enforcement. So she's questioning, if it's been going on for this long, like she doesn't understand why you wouldn't report it. Is basically. Hold on one sec. Hey, emergency me.
Hey, real quick with Amy.
Yes.
You know that you have some rights, correct? With you being a survivor, correct? And those distinguishable rights come with some opportunities for yourself. So with that being said, when you go to the police, they have to take things very seriously because of that. So they can't disregard you in the sense of certain topics. So if you go to law enforcement with this type of information in regards to what's going on currently, with your past. They have to take it seriously. So don't think that they will disregard you. And I'm going to drop a link in the chat for you.
Okay. Thank you, Emergency Me. Amy, this is Emergency Me, and I don't know if you've ever been introduced to her. She's got a lot of really great resources, and
For time's sake, we're gonna end that one. Let's go to this one and listen for a little bit. This is Amy's first. I have some other stuff up here. We listened to that much. That's almost done. But this is Amy's first time on panel. Prior to this, and as you can see, part one is missing. We have a plea to Jodisue Brown, which is when they were saying Rue was being abused. And then we have part 2, part 3, and part 4. Gavel left part 1 out.
Any credence to the story that had floated around the internet? I don't know if you heard it. It was something about Jodisue having had threatened to tie her mother up and set the house up.
That never happened.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That never happened. No.
Okay.
I remember that story. That never happened.
So it's just more of like an urban myth kind of deal, or just something that
Never.
wasn't even that, huh?
No, she tied
Okay.
she said she was going to tie my mother to a bed and light her on fire. She never actually did it.
Okay, so
Oh,
she
that's
just said
the
it.
story. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the story
Right.
that we
She
Yeah.
said,
heard.
I mean, she said a million things, to be fair. She
Okay.
never did it. No, she never did it.
Okay. Fair. Thank you for answering.
Rouge wants to know, did your pap give her land?
Did he give her land?
Yeah.
Technically, no. He did not. Way back in the day, when my family decided they were going to divvy up all the land that we have between, I feel like I'm on Yellowstone at this point.
That's a good
I feel
show.
like I'm Beth.
That's freaking awesome.
Back in the day when my family decided to split up the land after my great grandparents died, this land has been in my family since like the late 1800s. So it's kind of a big deal for me to keep that land in my family, no matter what I have to do to keep that land in my family. And when he passed away, he didn't really like divvy everything up like he should have. He left everything to my grandmother. So no, technically, there was no land given to her. Nothing is her name at all.
That's what I thought. I mean, it all actually still shows under his name.
Right.
Right. I guess she hasn't, done the probate or anything yet, like officially.
Yeah.
But because they're married and her name is probably on everything, it's hers anyway. Yeah, she tells people she wants to put the cabin on that piece of land that her pap
It's not her land.
cut out for her.
I'm tired of her telling people that it's 100% not her land. It has nothing to do with her.
Yeah.
As you see, Amy also had a problem with Jodisue having land, but you hear her say, my pap divvied it up. So Jody does have land from her pap, but Amy wants to be in charge of said land and holidays and everything. And her and Jodisue don't get along. She don't like Jodisue. She's going to go on. You're going to listen to this throughout the 4 parts. Each are about 6 minutes long. So we'll be here a good another 18 minutes listening to this.
I didn't think so.
Literally
So-
just
Hey, Miss
getting on
Amy,
telling people that it's this and this and this, and it's not. That's not the truth.
Right. Kenny had a question. Is it common? Is it common for Loaf to hurt everyone who tries to help her? Does she burn all her bridges?
Who did you say again?
I said Loaf.
Jody said Loaf.
Old Joe Loaf.
It's just habit now.
I know. Sorry.
We had a rat named Loaf.
That's funny. I didn't know that, guys. This is the craziest thing. They had a rat named Loaf.
He was the sweetest boy ever. I loved him. He liked.
I didn't know that.
He was so cute. He's a big fat white rat. He was just so cute. I loved him.
Yeah. So does she do that? Does she, like, if people try to help her, she like turns on them and burns bridges and all kind of stuff?
I can't honestly say that I've ever seen anybody really try to like go out of their way to help her.
Well, that's sad. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's I don't. God, this is such a shit show, y'all.
I know.
It really is. This is a shit show beyond belief. Like I can't even believe that I have to experience this. But yeah, here we are.
I know. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault. It's okay.
You had mentioned that people were taking pictures of you when you were out in public. Did you bump in? Like, did you ever see your pictures of yourself on the internet, or did you actually?
Did.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah. My wedding pictures. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of pictures of me on the internet. Justice for All was actually the one that posted them initially. And I don't think I ain't mad at him. I don't think he meant anything by it, but he was trying to link Ralph Washon, which is Shrek, to Brad Washon, which is a guy that sells cars.
And they are related, uncle or something. They are related. And cracking cases and Justice for All, we're all trying to connect them. There was a theft that Chase actually went to fucking jail for, right? The apartments cam all put out and shit. Here she is telling you she knows them people. She knows the fucking Washons, right? But she's going to say they were trying to connect, and no, we don't know them. She lies as much as fucking Jodisue does, in my opinion.
Another town that have absolutely no relation to one another.
Yes, they do.
And they were trying to link it to Toyota. Like my mom was working at Toyota and I was working at Toyota, and my husband obviously works for Toyota. Shrek also used to work for Toyota, but it's all different dealerships. It's different places, different towns.
Did you used to get along with Brad Washon?
I've never met him in my life.
Oh, you never have?
Ralph Washon worked with Mark Washon at Bristol. I just showed you in the earlier latter part of this live that Mark worked at Bristol, according to his LinkedIn.
Okay. Shrek I knew because my husband used to work for Shrek. But Shrek used to work at Bristol, and this guy works at, like, I don't even know where he works. He's never worked for Toyota. We looked. He's never worked for Toyota at all. I'm not really sure where they got that from. I think it was just people trying to, piecemeal things together and make it seem like it was something that it wasn't. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people with the same last name who aren't related. I know Andy he said there are two sets of Bernards. Like one is his family, but the other one, they're not related at all.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Yeah,
I think that everybody thinks we live in a town that's got like 3,000 people in it. There's actually hundreds of thousands of people in the Tri-Cities. This is not really the small town that everybody thinks it is.
From your experience, is Andy the monster that Jodisue has portrayed him to be? Was he that monster for 27 years?
I have known Andy since we were little bitty kids. Like even before she was in his life. We went to elementary school, middle school together. I have always been friends with Andy to the best of my knowledge, and I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus here. Like, it is what it is, but no, he is not a monster. He's a good person. He's got a good heart. He's a good dude. And I believe that. I do. I don't think that he's had anything to do with Summer. He's not the monster that people are making him out to be. And neither is his son.
I'm talking just as far as on
Confirmation, her and Andy have been friends since school. They were friends much longer than Andy and Jodisue were together. They were closer than Andy and Jodisue at one point in time before Andy and Jodisue. Although in this video, where is it? I'm pretty sure Jodisue tells us, no, it ain't this one. There's one after, or maybe I was listening to another where Jodisue talks about, I'm having coffee. Fucking maker problems. I'm ready to throw it. I don't know how to work this thing. I got it all set up and it's not brewing my fucking coffee. I'm ready to have a conniption fit. It's steaming. Anyways, let's listen to this video a little while longer.
That's what her bestie thinks of it, even though they hang on her now. But like I said, this group could be creating 2 fake profiles and just having them say shit, I guess, everywhere online, including under personal Facebook pages still, with photos recently of them talking shit about me in the past year. I don't know. Take that as you will. However, it's 5 fucking years ago, y'all. 5 fucking years ago. Yeah.
Remember, I have this on 1.5. This is the type of shit Jody used to do. Stare off into space for hours.
All right, and so this conversation, I was like, I'm sure you'll hear shit. I'm all done with her. I blocked her before I went totally evil on her. I guess I was just supposed to eat her back in and do insults, be nice, couldn't do it. Fuck her, dude, fuck her. In case you're unaware, she's blaming you and trying to manipulate one, and I know her. She will probably send you text versions. And she had a habit of copying. And putting stuff to screenshots like every other normal human being. It was very strange. I got screenshots in their entirety though, and they still exist. Not out of context bullshit. I'll be happy to share if need be. I'm done fucking around with her. She's a goddamn liar, manipulator, and a shit-stirring drama queen. I was like, I love you. I hope we can remain friends, but I'm not putting up that shit from her. And they go, love you too, nor should you. I was like, she's posted about me being a dancer, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, man, what's up with these people and this bullshit? I don't get, and he goes, seems like that her and another person involved were friendly. It was supposed to bother me. And honestly, 3 years ago, it did. I've talked to both about it and considered it dead and buried. Guess I was stupid to think so. I was like, man, if you only knew how she's using you in this situation, blaming you and trying to separate and divide everyone by manipulation and not telling on her. I was like, she's scandalous. I was like, I can only imagine what the fuck she may do to you on a continual basis if this is any indication. And he goes, I lived with it for years, literally. And see, they were once a couple-ish way back in the day. So it's like, I think I'd rather have been single. Hell with that. And he goes, true story. And I was like, is she always this blind to her own behavior? Question mark. And he goes, yes, from day one. I was like, or is it really just her playing stupid? Question mark, both. And he goes, I never figured it out. I was like, well, whatever it is, I've had enough. I blocked her before I went total C on her and said some shit that would ensure be visited in sale. Not taking backhanded insults and outright insults and rolling over them. He was like, I hate this shit got started, but nobody needs that drama. Anyway, at a certain point, I was like, seeing what she was doing. She lied, kept lying, found out she was saying shit to me opposite to someone else and sending out of context shit to others, start more shit, create more drama, blah, blah. You know, he's like, I can't joke that much shit. I was like, and then I see him, what is he trying to do to others and using you as an excuse? It lit my ass on fire. That was the catalyst. Couldn't be nice anymore. He goes, I don't blame you. Thank you for not holding her against me.
I'm going to assume she's talking to Luke. Cool Hand Luke. Go find Jody's live about Cool Hand Luke.
Oh, yeah. And then, you know, you have the obvious public displays of defamation and all this other bullshit 5 years ago, starting in from said person. And he was like, damn it, not letting it go, as far as she was concerned. And he goes, I still don't know why she didn't just ask. Well, the other third party that was involved. How you got put into the pile makes no sense, he says. And I was like, tell me what I did to her to deserve what she did to me to begin with, or why it was appropriate for her to insult me repeatedly, but not expect me to call her on it. And he goes, that's where I'm at, right? These are screenshots I'll keep to myself from her. Yeah. Oh yeah, here it is. She says, so-and-so and I discussed the issue and all parties involved, and she acted like I let it go, but she had tagged my name and shit I had nothing to do with publicly on Facebook and such. And I was like, you didn't ask, you assumed, you accused on social media. Not cool. And you may have talked to so-and-so or worked it out him, but I'm not that person, nor was that person the only one you tagged in that nonsense. And I'll cut this one so it doesn't. I'll just do it this way. Look. She goes, did it affect you in your social life? If it did, I apologize, but I seriously doubt it did. I was hoping you would be the voice of reason, but I guess that wouldn't have happened. I was like, no, but tagging someone in a nonsensical post while assuming things, accusing people of things that facts is bullshit. I wouldn't like it in person either. And they're like, it wasn't bullshit, we worked it out. Yeah, it was bullshit. Wasn't even legit. I was like, left out like, yeah, I'm the one not using reason, okay. I'm just not a doormat. I'm not a peacekeeper, easily lied to, manipulated, or desperate to keep friends, people, especially those who tag me and shit stirring posts based on assumptions, without simply asking me first. Reason would have been asking first. Reason would have been used just insulting me outright instead of that silly backhanded Southern Belle polite society nonsense. And yeah, you may have worked it out with him. I'm not him. I was also tagged. You've not worked out anything with me. You've insulted, you've avoided, you've given excuses, but no valid reason to do what you did, and said sorry. I don't appreciate sorry when it comes along with what appears to be bullshit and avoidance. And they go, avoidance of what? I don't want to rat anyone out, so I'll take the blame. Death avoidance. It's like, yeah, you can blame another party all you like, but I've never said diddly squat about you to that person other than asking if you were cool people when you first sent me a friend's request, so I know better. It's like, it's not hard to discern who you are trying to pin blame on, by the way. There's only 4 of us here, and 2 of us were tagged, so I think that person's had enough recently, don't you? Damn. Anyway, so there's all kinds of that shit. And I still have the originals of this, but these are some of the posts we were all tagged in while we were fucking asleep that night.
None of this has to do with the green car. She goes on this video to tell you how she showed up at Andy.
And see, this is the thing where she had started
to her
from years before, had nothing to do with me. It was Jesus, the person in Mandy thing. Shit happened when he was going through a breakup. I didn't ask for protection. I talked to both of them about it in person. You'd think that he said it yesterday, going by the post. I thought that shit died 3 years ago. We weren't even hanging out at that point. I didn't exist in that group. But she involved me in it. 3 years later. It made no sense, man. Not to any of us. To be tagged in the middle of the night was nonsensical at fucking best. Okay? Even they were wilded the fuck out about it, and that person's been in their group for years, since they were kids, because they're above my age group.
Because they were above my age group. And here's Chicken on a Stick. Let's go listen to a little bit more of this. Coming out, Jody is flabbergasted. No fucking clue this bitch was in Squall's group chat, in her groups in Facebook, on here under many, many names, talking to her sister, playing fucking games. But here's Chicken on a Stick, comes right out here with Squall Tit.
And the places they would go to get set.
And then goes to file a lawsuit on me and Jodisue. I guess me, because I told Jodisue who she was. I don't know. I still can't figure it out.
You know, because you remember we talked about the travel.
Yes, we have talked about the travel.
I mean, like, you know, weed, just crap like that. But then, you know, also prescription medications is a big deal around here. And, you know, she had cancer. I mean,
right. And
it's crazy to think that somebody would take their medication like that and smell it. I know it's crazy to think, but some people do.
They would travel out of town. They would do a lot of traveling and stuff.
Yes, extensively. I mean, like, okay, so Washington, Michigan, some beaches. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they went out west. And they had, you know, partners they hung out with that, you know, they would all go together, you know, like trade the vehicles. That was crazy. Yeah, okay. So they lived in Rogersville. I'm not exactly sure what school they should have went to, but I think they went to Cherokee. So that was pretty, I don't know, that was a thing, at least for a while. At some points, she's homeschooled them, and you know exactly what that means. I don't know. I know at times they have been enrolled in Sullivan when they stayed with Andy's folks, because that's the area that he lives in. But so the eldest one was probably about to graduate about the time it'd probably been his senior year when COVID hit. And
right.
You know, school got all crazy and everything then. I get it. But from someone I know who is close to them, she very much encouraged him to not go to school, you know, to just quit. And he did. And his papa was so disappointed. There was so much rage of her getting back at Andy because he left. You know, that she, who knows what was concocted, or, you know, I have no clue. Well, it wasn't going to stop. And honestly, his friends were supportive. And I know it sounds crazy because you would think, I don't know, some people would think that he would be a person who had no friends, but he honestly has good people in his life who care about him, who are like, good job, you know, like, let's move on, next step. But I knew, because, you know, I live in this community, the Jodisue drama was going on. But I thought, oh, man, I bet you they're, like, flipping out. Because, you know, as Jodisue has said 5 million times, they dabble with things, you know. She's like, Andy's got something on him, Andy's got something on him, you know. But I do know about the big dog they talked about, the Mastiff that she had. It was chained up. The one and only time I was ever there, it was chained up. But I had heard her talk about that dog, you know, I don't know, for years before. And it was a big, mean dog, but, you know, they had it chained. But, you know, that was, when I was there, it was more than probably 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, Jodisue auctioned off the T-shirt she was wearing the day she was searching for Summer.
No.
Yes, she did. Do the locals know that Jodisue is doing everything that she's doing?
I never heard anything about. I didn't know she had a YouTube. I mean, I don't even a YouTube. I didn't. Yeah, no, but so most of the people around here, they're not too on the internet. And Summer, her case hasn't made a big presence in the news. Yeah, the fraud thing. That's another thing that, like, I don't know how.
So she makes it like they don't go to Walmart, they don't shop, the people around there are different, they don't listen to the news. Summer's case is not being showcased on the news. That's bullshit. It was on every news broadcast for at least the first 4 months after Summer had gone missing. So why is this girl out here doing this shit? To press lawsuits on people and play fucking games.
Well, she's wiggling around that. The whatever monies was sent to, I think my understanding right now is when she asks for monies, it's like a PayPal or a Cash App or something like that. And it goes into her son's name because, she gets like a disability check. And maybe other assistance. And so she puts everything in her son's name. The person that we're talking about is one of her online buddies that helped her.
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't want, because I know it been by a different name. So the person we're thinking of,
she knows Chase under a different name, but she knows Chase. Full admittance.
or that we're both talking about, they knew each other before online. They knew each other.
Your suspect and Jodisue knew each other.
Yeah.
Oh, are you serious?
Yes. But I just knew that, like, they did, and like, so when that thing was done online, it's like, wait, because it was explained.
Of her saying that every day he would come home and beat her senseless to where she was almost dead. And
he said that? She said that?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
She said he would beat me when I cleaned. He beat me when I didn't clean. He beat me when I cooked. He beat me when I didn't cook. Well, she never cooked and she never cleaned, from what we've heard from everyone. But yeah, she made it sound like he was just, she said he kept her in a box. She wasn't allowed to go anywhere. They had these moments of happiness. Yes, kept her in a box. That's what she called the place where she was, her radioactive shed or whatever it was.
She also referred to the trailer as a box as well. So she calls the trailer a box also. And then when she talks about the kids, she says her oldest has been unboxed. Like, or he's being unboxed, and that they were both unboxed to go to the trailer.
Yeah, she says they're freshly unboxed. Yeah.
So you know the Bernards pretty well then, right? If you've known Andy for
I've known Andy
what, 35 years.
Very small child, and I'm 42 years old, so I've known him for a very long time.
You know Polly and George?
I met Polly and George maybe a couple times in my life. You really
do they seem like the people that would have the power to have any influence over Ronnie Lawson, the sheriff of Hawkins County?
No, absolutely not. No, they were nice people. They weren't. I mean, they weren't cruel. They weren't rude. They were simple. I'll say that. They were simple. They were sweet though. They were very nice people. I never had, but I literally only met them like 1 or 2 times ever.
So they weren't like gangster people trying to be in charge of all of Beach Creek and getting kickbacks for the sheriff so they could do illegal activities and
No,
keep run out of trouble and
no way in hell. No.
Okay.
Not at all. Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, well, she said they were all in Andy's pocket, and like the law. I was like, well, why is he like had all this trouble with the law if he's paying off the? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
Did Andy ever take bug hunting?
Well, Andy's right here, Scott.
Andy's right
I'm
there.
asking. I know Andy's right there. I'm asking.
I gotcha.
I don't, not that I'm aware of. Mark hasn't actually taken him hunting. He's taken him shooting, but not actually.
Okay. Did he take him fishing? Did he ever play ball with him?
It's funny that they're saying all this because at this time, Jody and I were talking, the lawsuits were being filed, all this crazy shit was going on. However, Jody had told me Boog moved out of the trailer, moved in with Amy and Mark. Andy's recording phone calls with him and Boog and passing them all around to Shay, to different people on this platform where Boog is talking shit on Jodisue herself, his mother. It's quite fucking disgusting what Andy, what they did, in my opinion. But it's odd to me, this fight between Amy, like you hear Amy say she's not close to Jodisue and call her Loaf, and we had a rat named Loaf, and all that other fun stuff out here. Let me go see if I can find something real quick. I'll just split this where we left off. I have 32 minutes left of this live, and I still want to listen to the Benny Keys live. And I have other stuff saved in here too. Okay, hold on. Let me switch all projects. I forget what I was going to look for. Let me go put this video back on and remember what the hell I was going to look for.
You ever cut firewood with him?
I don't know. They probably did. They probably had to.
Well, I mean, what I'm trying to establish was Andy a dad or was he just a sperm donor?
No, he was a dad. He's still a dad.
Yeah.
Same way with Rue.
That's going to be on her. That's not going to be on anybody. She's going to have to make that decision for herself. She can choose one way or the other.
Well, I'm talking about growing up when Rue was a baby girl. Growing up, was Andy there being a dad?
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
He always was. They were always, I mean, they lived in the same home on the same property. They were always there together. It was not like he was, one place and she was another. It was.
So he did dad stuff with the kids, just like a regular dad would do.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a good question about Christmas and Thanksgiving and stuff. Did you ever notice Andy ruining every holiday? When you
No, I did not. Not at all. No.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Not in the least. No. Nope.
Yeah, and he cooks. Yeah, Andy cooks.
When my grandfather passed away, everybody started coming to my house for Christmas and Thanksgiving because it was just too painful to be at their home with my grandmother. Just didn't want to do it. She didn't want to cook. She didn't want to, and that's okay. And I'll take that responsibility. That's okay. So for the last, since he's passed away, I've done that, and not one time has my sister shown up.
Really?
Nope.
But she took your story and made it hers.
That seems to be the theme recently. It's taking people's stories and making them their own.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, she's done that with us.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
From YouTube. It's crazy. I was like, she literally just tell my personal story as her own.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It was
I didn't see
shocking.
I didn't even know about any of this. Any of this was happening until very recently.
Oh, that's what I was looking for. I remember. Hold on. Let me go to this tab and see if I can find it. Oh, shit. I'm trying to look for a clip where Ziggy had the voice, a girl with the name B. I just played a clip the other day from the same live.
And
That ain't it. Let me see if I can find this for you guys real quick. Because what I was saying was,
It changed right after he went into jail.
damn it, I wish I could find this any part of this clip. I'm gonna have to look. It was Ziggy's favorite mod, Brittany, who nobody ever seen again, never seen before, had come up on panel. Now I know I've covered this. Let me go see if I could find it on my page, maybe. But in my opinion, it's Jodisue's sister. Let me see. She had Juniper on that night. RJ. Okay. Juniper Tarot, RJ. I'm trying to remember what the hell the live was about, but it was at the beginning of Summer's case, and I promise you, I am 90% positive this is Jodisue's sister playing fuck shit games on Ziggy's panel. Way before Jodisue's sister was brought out, worry chicken on a stick. I'm gonna fucking find this shit and show you. I know I've gone over it before. Give me a minute here. I just gotta remember the name of the live. Two years ago. Let's see. It's just extremely concerning to me. And it was one of those lives where Ziggy was on forever and a day. She just has so many, and I have to really search through these. But it was way before her and Fred getting married. Here we go. Probably one of these 3 years ago. This is boring. Just sitting here watching me. I'm going to have to come back with it another time. I keep wanting to go to it and show you guys. I should have had it pulled up tonight because it's the same exact voice as this woman we're listening to with Benny and Tiffany and Krama. Let me look just a little bit more. Might this be it? I'm scared to click on it. Open link in new tab. Let me see. This is not it. However, guys, I'm going to put this in my...
No, it came from my Discord.
Just because I want to hear this. I can't find it at this moment, but posted during live. Jodisue is on this panel, and this is about the billboards. I think this is going to be rather worth the watch when I get to look at it. I can't find what I'm looking for, but when I do, I'm going to bring it here and show you, and I'm going to compare it to Jodisue's sister's voice. Because it's crazy. I really want you guys to hear this Brittany lady who was on Ziggy's panel, and I know I have it posted. I've covered it, so we'll find it. All right. Let's click that out. Let's go back to her sister. We're almost done here with this part.
And I've heard the stories about, that my mom was taking her and human trafficking her and all this crazy shit. And I'm like, that you can't even believe how angry that makes me, that you would say something about the person who's paying for all of your things. I cannot believe that you would do that to another human being. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean,
that Amy Turner that they're on there, that's whoever the hell that is. That's not me. It's never been me. This is the very first time I've ever participated in anything to do with anything ever.
It's probably your sister trolling her with your name so that she looks like a victim. Allegedly. It's probably exactly what it is. Like, that's what we've come to expect from her, Miss Amy, is the most wild and toxic things. Like, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a perfect man. I know Andy's not a perfect man. None of these women are perfect. Scott's not a perfect man. But she really has went the distance in making sure everyone believed that Andy was just this most terrible fucking guy ever. You know what I mean? And of course, and pardon my French, but one of the things that I've had to ask myself is that, what information does Andy know on his own, and what information has been mixed in by JSB? Because I'll tell you what, the powers that JSB has, if you look at her channel, there's times she knows how to manipulate the internet and create these, tumultuous situations where she can pull in a lot of people to go over there and watch it. And she pulls me in to go and watch it. So I understand how she could manipulate Andy as well.
That's a good thing too. Let me ask you this. She says you forced her.
Yes.
To take medication, Andy.
Yes.
You forced her to take it, and it was making her forget things, and she couldn't. Yeah. She said
that made her disoriented. Yeah.
That was one of the, no, I'm not kidding.
So that's when she
said stuff like
she went to the doctor for cardiogenic myopic syncope, and they gave her medicine, and it was
nice.
Really honestly fucking with her. So
No, they gave her medicine at one point in time when she was little, but it was only for that one time. She wasn't prescribed that forever.
Well, with Andy, Andy's saying that, did you make her take it? Did you force her to take it?
no, she stopped taking it. I mean, I would give her when she needed to take it. I mean, I was just trying to help her take her medicine. I wasn't forcing her to take nothing.
Well, I don't think anybody can force Jodisue to do anything.
I agree. I totally agree. You can't force that woman to do anything she does not want to do.
I mean, before I left, she was refusing to take her thyroid medicine.
Yeah.
Which can affect the brain, the mind. We had a really good conversation with Mama Keys on Benny's channel one night about the thyroid medication and stuff, and
yeah, it can do certain things.
Yeah,
I'm
but yeah, that was.
I can tell you that not taking your Synthroid will fuck you up.
Yeah.
Becca takes Synthroid. She takes some for thyroid. I can't remember exactly.
It's levothyroxine. The brand name is Synthroid, and that's what I give that to so many people. And if you don't take that, if you have no thyroid and you don't produce that hormone anymore, it will seriously mess you up. But not in the way, not like a crazy.
So Jody has commented on, she has sent her sister pictures of Andy's penis to see if Andy had any diseases or anything of that nature. But on these other panels, on the second panel, I believe it was maybe or somewhere along down the lines, Amy said she was a real estate agent. So she does both. But you hear her say, I give Synthroid. Her being a nurse to me is quite scary. Now, I might have confused you guys a little while ago. I'm still looking. I'm finding some interesting lives I've done. But I'm still looking for where Brittany, Kathy the friend, and Ernie, I need to watch this, was on Ziggy's. But Brittany is a lady that came on the Ziggy's with Juniper or something or other, who's also attacked me. It's so weird when I was going over it. And RJ, and Brittany's voice sounds exactly to me like Jodisue Brown's sister's voice. She shows her picture quickly, and it looks like Jodisue Brown's sister slightly underneath the thing. And that's what I wanted to show you guys. However, I can't find it at the moment. Hi, Jasper. You saying hi? I can't pull the camera down because the screen broke. I'm using another one. You gotta come over here. Come on. Jasper's visiting. I don't know what he's crying for. Probably once fed, he's gonna have to wait. Yeah, because he's trying to get peanuts on my desk. But anyways, but whatever, that's what that was. But this is, we're almost done with this, and then I'm gonna go back into I think I shared that. I could cut that out. And my interview with Benny.
It was some sort of blood pressure.
Yeah.
Blood pressure. Okay.
Well, I don't know if it was a blood pressure pill. I think it was more along the lines of something that was supposed to stabilize it. They was telling her that her blood pressure was fluctuating up to control it.
Miss Amy, is there any one thing in particular that could have transpired between you and your sister that was sort of that permanent severance that has, got it to the point it is now? Or is it just, geographically you didn't live in the same house, so it was just, it just is the way it was? Could you enlighten us on that?
To be honest, I left. I hate Kingsport. I think Kingsport is Salem's lot. Sorry. No offense.
Oh my God.
Fair enough.
Salem's Lot.
I hated that place from the time I was born and raised there, and I hated that place. And I left when I was 18, 19, and I never went back. I went to college multiple times. I lived in Columbia. I lived in St. Augustine. I lived in Cleveland, Ohio. I lived in a whole bunch of places. I just kind of did my own thing. I just wanted away from here. There was no really like severance thing that was like, oh, I hate you, or
okay.
I lived in Columbia. She lived in Ohio. There is a Columbia, Ohio. But Columbia, the country, let's listen to that part again. I missed that the first 100 rounds.
Team, and I never went back. I went to college multiple times. I lived in Columbia. I lived in St. Augustine. I lived in Cleveland, Ohio. I lived in a whole bunch of places. I just kind of did my own thing. I just wanted away from here.
St. Augustine, I'm going to say Columbia, the country, like is in pure cocaine, Columbia, Preto, Florida, connections. Amy, you have the money living off of a Toyota salesman to move to St. Augustine into Columbia. Being a nurse? Was his, it could be Columbia, Tennessee. She mentioned Ohio. But when she says another country name with another country name, that leads me to believe Columbia. Like Columbia, St. Augustine.
In St. Augustine, I lived in Cleveland, Ohio. I lived in a whole when I was 18, 19, and I never went back. I went to college multiple times. I lived in Columbia. I lived in St. Augustine. I lived in Cleveland, Ohio. I lived in a whole bunch of places. I just kind of did my own thing. I just wanted away from here. There was no really like severance thing that was like, oh, I hate you, or
okay.
I don't hate her.
Just grew
now.
apart.
I feel bad that all this is happening, and I wish that she would stop. I wish if I could tell her anything right now to her face that she would just stop doing what you're doing.
Would you care? You want to make a plea to her?
It'll just
Yeah,
piss her off.
Well, they may have a relationship.
I just don't trust Jodisue's sister. Not as far as I could throw her. Why are police chasing her and taking pictures of her and parking across the street from her house? And I take that as that's police. I also take it as Andy was in here and he disappeared. I'd like to ask him about the gray car that was following him. That's the same as Amy's, that they were sending pictures back and forth to each other about. I've been on for 4 hours and 25 minutes. You'd have to really go back and watch the beginning of this live to hear that. But let's go back to my chat with Mr. Keys, just because we threw it in here and I derailed myself a little bit. I'm going to speed it up a little bit. We'll try 1.5. If it's too much, I'll put it to 1.25.
and attacked her first, accusing her and Andy of selling, and you know what I mean? So already I'm like, this lawsuit is phony. And it was funny. They dismissed the case. The attorney, I called the attorney, and the attorney, I had found out, I got letters in the mail prior to that the case was dismissed. Like, it was a series of days. You know what I mean? Like, there was some different things that had transpired, and the whole thing was just phony and fishy. And in my opinion, I personally think it was dropped at the last minute because I think Jodisue was involved in it. I think she knows these people behind the scenes, and I'm going to be honest, I think they all work together. I think they all know each other. That's what it comes down to. Squall, all of them. Nobody can start out and say who brought Linda in, who brought Chase in. It was in Tiffany's Discord or something that Scott and Penny met, and Tiffany saying no, they didn't meet in here, so that's not how that happened. So there's something fishy. Who brought Linda and them in? There's a fake FBI agent that's never been arrested for impersonating an FBI agent. Why would that be?
That would be a really good fact find. You know, that's how they would do that too, right? Like, they would just come in and start charge somebody,
right?
And start getting to the bottom of it. But there's
never been no arrests. Like, Chase wasn't arrested for the billboard. He was arrested for something else, right?
For taking money off that old man.
Yeah. Never arrested for stealing from the billboards. Why is that? All of these little crimes that have been committed in the past 2 years, in my city, they wouldn't fly.
No, they're going to get you.
Yeah. So why are these flying? So that would only mean there's nobody to press charges, and it's fake. Like, maybe the fake feds are fake.
I lie. I'm finding out in my city lots of shit flies. I'm actually finding out all over America lots of shit flies. Money talks, right? Covering Summer's case has been enlightening, to say the least. A good example of what I mean would be look up Millersville, Tennessee, and the KKK and the TBI being accused of stealing kids, and not Lisa K, but Lisa Key's murder billboard, which Linda was involved in, and all the racist cops and how the police stations have been closed down. I feel like shit like that is going on all over fucking America since covering Summer's case. And it's quite sad that my feelings about law enforcement all over the place have been changed. Scary covering Summer's case. The things I've learned.
In my opinion.
Maybe they're really real fake ones.
Yeah. If you catch what I'm saying.
Right.
It just doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. So in my opinion, they're all working behind the scenes together. That's just the way I look at it. There's a cover up. Do I think it's about Summer? No. Do I think there was some manufacturing or some things going on in the town? Yeah. Is Ducktown the name of a town? Yes, it is, KU. And that's the area I'm searching right now. And that's the area Squall frequents. And a lot of the people that you just have to do the research. We can't dox people with code, right?
Right.
Like, I've learned my lesson. There's YouTube codes that I've learned in the last year that I have to follow by. And I'm just going to stick with that. Do I want to talk about the case? Yeah. Do I want to give my opinions? Yeah. These are my opinions. And it's my opinion that all of these motherfuckers work together.
I mean, you got to know that, I mean, everything keeps developing too, right? It's like Don doesn't know Brad beforehand, but then
now he knows Brad, or Tim met at the church and they met at the making bread and at the parade. And now all of a sudden they've known each other for years and flown drones together.
And they've had a fist fight and all this other stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it just, all of them develop. Then, you know, Scott H, it develops into him saying, oh, I'm pretty sure, you know, I bought a truck from Don before. Like all this stuff, right? Like,
or he didn't know the lights, or he only knew a few of them, to have an Annie on.
This is why I don't attack Benny, because he makes comments like this to me and to others. Like, you know, what's this weird shit with how does Dawn suddenly know Chase? But Benny, I have to question. How do you end up at dinner with Chase with a Mexican dinner trying to spray Molly Go Lightly with bear spray? Like, I'm very confused because this happened way after that. So they brought you in with Chase at some point, right? And that was after the Tiffany Marie phone call stating Grandis had helped Summer get gone. Odd shit. But then Benny says stuff like this, and it's confusing. Like he don't know anything, but he has to know something.
Shay's piano or Squall or somebody talking to her. You know, like, I know your brothers and I know this one and I know that. So he pretty much admitted that he knew Frank. There's photos, the rehab or where he drove a bus. I know the name of it.
Mm-hmm. I
know a lot of things that people don't know. Let me tell you, if you research it and you find out, if anybody ever finds out, there's photos of Frank Late on the website. I have them.
Mm-hmm.
So Scott and Frank, it's a very high possibility they know each other.
I would say so.
I would even go as far as saying Scott was supposed to be Frank's alibi. I've heard that, but we'll just leave that at that.
Say that again?
I don't know that it's true. It's speculation. I've been told. Yeah. So, I mean, there is, as creators, when we research, we know things that the subs don't know, regardless, right? And because of you guys, I've been so dead set on bringing fucking Squall down. Fuck her, you know? I've been so dead set on bringing Squall down that I have found things that people don't even know I found. I know names I've never brought to light that these people were friends with and they dealt with. And I know a person who was involved in this case that never made themselves public that is now dead.
Really? I know one too. Denise Mitchell, bless her soul.
Mine's a female, but it's not that. Mm-hmm.
It's quite a lot of that going on all around.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
And like I've even gone as far, you know, like the whole Renfro thing. People took that as if I was going after her. No, but she was part of the connections because she was family. Like my research was with Marlena and Ricky and the Brits. Like it all. The person who is dead now attacked me before I interviewed David Britt. Okay, so she attacked me in my comments. She was.
I've talked about Jennifer Satterfield. She never made a channel. She was never really out here. She commented to me under her real name. I found other Gary, as above, so below. Both of us found other Facebook profiles under the name of Raven Breedlove or something. I'll show it another day. But it was the same girl, and she was knocked over the head, according to Karen Renfro. Now there's a lady in the church that was knocked over the head. It's a long, I think, things only TBI should know that I was told by Renfro, although I'm pretty sure I probably said them out here before. I don't want to bring a lot of public opinion to it because I'd rather the TBI try to figure out. I don't know that Jennifer and the girl in the church were the same people, but that's something I had a conversation with Dawn Wells over. And but I'm floored today to find out that I have met Karen Renfro in a past life and that I have cousins who are her cousins. So things for me since this live have changed dramatically. That's right, Ziggy, the fake nail tech has clients. How did I do that, you dickhead? Ziggy, stay tuned. I will be uploading my state qualification certificate and level 3 advanced nail technology. Woo woo. Kylie, I hope you post some pictures. I love looking at cool designs on nails. I barely ever get mine done, but once in a while I do. A chrome set. Wow, that's probably amazing. I want to see it. All right.
He was good friends with these people. Like, I spoke to David about this woman, okay? And now she's not here.
So,
and she ended up not being here no more after I was forced by Sage to bring out messages between us, which I didn't want to do because it would dox people, okay? And it did. And right after I brought the messages out, this woman's dead.
Does Fred have a no bond? Or does he just have a bond? He doesn't have the money to pay?
Yeah, I think it's just the one he don't have the money to pay.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah, Reaper's Grim Smile. I wish I could, but there would be I could be arrested if I brought everything out, or I could put somebody in danger. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to make this sort of accusations. That's not ever why I came here. I came here to keep Summer's face out there. I don't want to attack these people, and I don't want to be involved in their crimes down there.
Right. Not me either.
Look, honestly, I'm from the hood. You know what I mean? Like, there's a code of silence that you have to keep. I know.
Yeah, a lot of times, a $50,000 bond, so he could get out to $5,000.
Yeah, probably.
Well, he probably needs to try to file a bond reduction and then come with the $3,500. I don't know. It's a lot of moving parts. I know that.
And that's even if a bondsman would take him. Like, would they be fearful he would leave and go back to Virginia because that's where he's...
I mean, I think for certain bondsmen, for a more aggressive bondsman, like he's probably a really good candidate, right? Because you're gonna make a good piece of change real quick off of him. And you're gonna do the same work to go get him out as you would for a $200 bond. It's the same movements. So you want a guy like him. Plus, if you're gamey, shoot, if he runs, you got something to chase.
Well, and here's another thing I want to make sure I state clearly. Okay, I've met some really good people from Beach Creek. I've met some really good people from Tennessee, and I don't think everybody in Tennessee is bad. I do not think everybody in Rogersville is bad. I do not think everybody in Beach Creek is bad. What I think, I mean, I haven't met them personally, but I've chatted with them, And
my mind's changed on that too. Because at the time I was talking about Karen Renfro. And then she ended up doing some crazy shit in my chat. And now I don't know how to fucking feel about her. And I don't know why my cousins and aunt won't answer me. I think they agree that they're from down there and that they're related to these people. But it's almost like they don't want involved in what I'm doing here on YouTube. And they try to stray away from talking about it, which is fine. I'm fine with that. I've changed my mind. Every single human I've talked to from Rogersville, Tennessee has been an asshole. That's the honest to God's truth. In my opinion.
And what I think is there is a group of bad people that make the area bad, if you know what I mean.
You have the issues with the sheriffing, right? So the sheriff, he starts right out like the sheriff, and I want to be careful too, because I'm not here to smash the man, but what you have is you have a sheriff that has some experience in the resolution of an abduction, right? Of the other little girl, right?
Follow Trent, right?
Right. So he comes in with a track record of a resolution to abduction cases. So I feel like that is sort of a catalyst to keep it in the area for longer, right? Like to keep the jurisdictional stuff the way it is, right? So, but then you understand as you shift forward in time that the same sheriff that you think is on the case because he has,
thank you, Reapers.
He's got this and that. Well, now you come to find out he's got a son who's got all these sex charges that's just piled up all over.
Right. Well, and that's the funny. Those are the things that make us look at him crookedly, because, of course, it's going to be taken out of his county, but it was kept on a down low until Bobo brought it out, right? Like, it was secret. It was not. Not only was it secret, but this man was also still involved in youth groups,
doing his thing
at a church with
Absolutely.
children.
Absolutely.
So, and apparently this happened at the church, right?
Yeah.
So why is the church? That's his wife's family that owns the church. Right.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're allowing it, and they also kept it secret. I'm betting that they kept it secret from their congregation.
You would almost have to. And Captain Obvious, that's a good point that you make. I was going to make that point a little bit ago. Like when they say that there's no drugs in the Beach Creek, there's no drug problem in the Beach Creek area. Well, no, actually there was, and it was Fred Hill, and you were monitoring him and allowing him to continue to, to put into the drug problem in the area, right? Like he's an epicenter to the problem, and then you've got a sheriff that's doing all these things, concealing for his son, trying to keep that on the down low, and then he's also doing things like saying, "Oh, there's no," and that's for his constituency too. A little bit of that is like you don't want other people looking at the internet or reading this and saying, "Oh, there's a drug problem in our area." He's saying, "No, there's no drug problem," but no, there really was. There's
I don't have any of the clips right now, but let's also keep in mind that Andy Bernard was friends with Brandon Lawson and went on fishing boat trips with him and worked with him on the fishing boat trips. Now, Andy wasn't here. He's welcome to come dispute that, but Jody has made that very clear, and Andy has talked about it in my chats in the past. Jody also accuses Andy's parents of being friends with the Lawsons. And if Andy's friends with the Lawsons and Brandon Lawson had things covered up, like he was there when this happened. Hold on. I am sweating. It's freezing outside and I'm sweating to death. I guess there's no video to this. Oh, wait, is there? No, that's an advertisement. New information about fatal boat accident. Hawkins County, Tennessee. There's new information this afternoon on a fatal crash involving two boats in Hawkins County, Tennessee. TWRA Officer David Crum confirmed that 76-year-old William Cantrell of Pond, Virginia, died in the crash. Also on the boat was 52-year-old Timothy Cantrell. He was taken to Holston Valley Medical Center. There's no word today on his condition. The men on the second boat were 29-year-old Gary Cooper and 33-year-old Brandon Lawson. Both of Rogersville were treated at Morristown Hospital and later released. The accident happened just before noon Monday near the Pool Valley Creek area on Cherokee Lake. Crum says the crash remains under investigation. Jodisue makes claims like Andy was there or knew something about this. Oh no, I hope you feel better, Glenview. Yeah. It's a match to a pick someone. What wall? Kylie. Okay, but anyways, that's that about Brandon Lawson. Well, I only brought that up because me and Benny were talking about it. But let's go ahead.
The drug problem. So
Well, it's bad, and I think that's a lot of the property issues down there too. Is they were trying. If you look at all of the land that's empty, that's for sale, the Beach Creek community, it's all for like hotels. Like they have it licensed. I forget the name of it.
commercial.
Yeah, they have it licensed for commercial as being sold. So when he's making arrests, drug arrests, and now there's a missing kid, it looks bad. in an area that they're trying to build. And it seems to me that the locals didn't want them to build. Oh, Lisa, thank you. Thank you, guys. That's very kind of you. Thank you. But yeah, like it's, you know what I mean? Like I feel like Lawson was keeping it secrets for a reason. And I still have issue with that ranch being from the same place Dawn is from. Like that's just, I find that a little suspicious. Can I prove anything? No. They don't allow kids there.
I mean, it's even like if you look up where Scott H is from in Utah, it's like 3 turns in a straightaway from where Don grew up.
Scott H is from Utah?
He's got a tie to Utah, and it's right there by where Donnie grew up. And it's just, it's like, how do 2 people who like, it's just a lot of connection, right? And whether or not it's all valid, if there's validity to any or all of it, but it's at certain times, a lot of these people have passed in life in much more extreme ways than just being tied together on a people website on, for Kingsport. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some of them have really been around each other for a long time. And
that's why I say I feel like there was something funky going on from California to Knoxville.
I agree. And, the thing is like, for me in my life, like if I jump onto YouTube, I'm like, oh yeah, I know this guy. Like I've been knowing this guy for like, maybe it's because I have a different filter, but when you have all these people from that area, the Scott H's and even the people that aren't from that area but are like sort of transplants, like Fizzle and some of the others, right? Like people that's really transplanted themselves, but they're not like, they're not going there on missions, to try to do this, that, or the other. They're just on the peripheral, but just super involved.
Like more involved than we are, but yet here we are,
yes.
as creators, the ones being accused of funneling the money. It's the locals and those people. That was another thing Jodisue said today.
They can't even keep it real about knowing each other.
Right.
But they're just steady pointing the finger at other people. And it's like, I just don't understand that logic. It's like you people for all this time been knowing each other, but you come here and you act like when you pass each other in the YouTube streets, you act like you fools don't even know each other. Are you kidding me?
Like Benny, the whole fight between all of us, it started because I contacted Amy, right? Well, it started a little before that with Squall. The Yins didn't know about, but it started mainly because of the Amy contact. And I didn't understand. I was being told to reach out to her. Right. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I was being told to reach out to her. And then like even her, like she's playing games, she's online. Oh, my sister's horrible. And then it's, well, Jodisue, I love my sister. Like you don't, like the dynamic is they can't even be straight with knowing each other's family. Like you can want to stick her up 2 doors down from her cousin Andy. Yeah. And they don't know each other.
I mean, we all have that thing that we're stuck to. Like for me, it was Amy saying that she's been having someone follow her to work to and from work every day for 6 months. I'm like, what do you mean you've been having somebody for now? If they followed you to work and home, that means 360 times in a row. These people, like if they just followed you to work for 6 months, that's 180 times. But you talking about to work and home, you talk about 300, almost 400 times. Somebody
if you don't live in that area, why are they following you?
Like what is like
you have no connection? If you have no connection, why are people following you?
Yeah, right. Like you don't want to tell the police, but you'll take a cropped out picture.
And what kind of truck have they been looking for? This was my point. What kind of truck have they been looking for?
The red truck.
What was the brand?
Oh, well, I mean, the truck that was following, the vehicle that's following Amy is like a silver Kia
sedan. No. The vehicle that they're looking for in Summer's case is a red
Toyota pickup truck.
Okay. What kind of dealership does her husband run?
Yeah, Toyota.
Right. I'm just saying all of this shit seems shady. Is it speculation? Is it opinion? Yeah.
There's a term for it, and I have to reach out my memory. There's a term for things like that. And they're like they're like a happenstance. They're like, they seem like they're connected, but they're actually not any mathematical or otherwise connection to them. They just look like they're connected. And there's a term for it, and forgive me for not knowing the term just right off the tip of my tongue, but it's just those common happenstances that are just numerically they're supposed to happen, but they don't have any further deeper connection to one another.
Right, but why would anybody follow her, or why would if she's not being followed? Why would she like that?
Exactly, and you know what? You wouldn't even be able to follow my wife 2 days in a row, homie. Like you follow my wife, I'm going to be behind her. You won't even know I'm not going to catch you. It's not going to go on for 400 times in a row every single day. Like we're not doing that. In some kind of way, that's what they were trying to relay. But the thing is, they're relaying it to us in a way like we don't know what Amy does in her personal life. But you're trying to tell us they're not even following Jodisue every single day, but they're following you.
Following her, yeah.
Come on now.
It doesn't make no sense. And these are the things
it can't make no sense.
And there's been a lot of people blind to it. And unfortunately,
it only took me 5 hours to find it. There we are. The whole purpose of me putting this interview on, we finally got there 5 hours later. And I already played all the other content. Okay. Sorry, I ran downstairs to get milk. I'm having problems with my coffee pot. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with it. It won't brew. It's brewing, but like a little bit at a time. Oh, it could have been the PI. I wonder if the PI was following her, but you know what that means is that way before I had any suspicion of Amy Turner, somebody else has suspicion of her. I don't think it's anybody following her to hurt her. I would think that it sounds like an LE or a PI of some sort. What 3 a.m. incident? I'm confused. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, someone was sus as fuck. But anyways, it only took me almost 5 fucking hours to find this little clip. Thank you for staying with me, my whole 31 watchers. Okay.
I'm not falling for the bullshit. It don't make sense. If it doesn't add up, I'm not latching on and going to follow the crowd.
Right, and I agree. And I'll tell you what, for a long time, Mr. Crystal, for a long time, I felt like if I wasn't actively involved on YouTube, talking to people, turning over stones, doing this and that, that I had quit on a little girl. And now I realize that's not true. No, I don't have to be talking to clowns on the internet every single day that are, whatever. I don't have to do that in order to still be connected to it in a way that I care. I care about what happens. I care what is the end result.
Here's the thing, us as creators, like this seems crazy, but it does go deeper mentally. You know what I mean? Like you really put yourself out there for a child that's not yours, And like for you, Benny, you put yourself in a situation where you've lost them. And I don't mean to get into your business, but you've lost a marriage.
Yeah.
Look what you just went through. And I'm not gonna lie, like
right now.
We don't get along. Like I don't want to see shit like that for other creators. And we're getting along now, and I'm hoping that it continues, But I don't want to see that for the creators and I'm just gonna say it, not local. You know what I mean? The ones that are being thrown into this and being told and accused by certain other people who say they're not creators but collect Cash App.
Absolutely. And then he goes on to announce my lawsuit with Linda. Benny's intelligent. I enjoy talking to Benny when he's on my panel or when we have conversations. But I never understood why Benny would be kind to me, have this kind of interesting, intelligent conversation with me. He's probably one of the most intelligent people that I speak to out here on the YouTube streets. It makes sense. He understands the law, the crime. You can have an intelligent conversation with him. But I don't understand why I have a conversation with him like this and then boom, he's announcing shit with Linda. Now, he's been on my panel recently where he's denying that, but then I come back about a week later and showed you how he was making songs about me and, Crystal, June, that baby, and and I did call his probation officer, but it's because of the song and the harassment. And I had DHS coming to my house, and I thought it was him calling. Here, Ernie puts out that it's Lisa Kay and Linda and Lips and Cursed with Curiosity, who has suddenly since disappeared. Right? I'm baffled. Still till today, I get a little bit of answers, like Ernie putting that out. And now Ernie ain't even here. He's in fucking jail. I can't even ask questions about it. I'm pissed off because I planned on having a conversation with him about it. Like, how did this conversation he had with Lisa Lips and Linda and Kirst and all this shit come to fruition? Like, I do seriously have questions. You can't hear me, Maria? Is anybody else having problems hearing me? He knows the score. He knows what he's doing, baby. Babe, they all got there to play, and the show must go on. Something, I don't know. I enjoy speaking with Benny. He's intelligent to have a conversation with. I just don't understand the attacks when we're after the same, when we all have the same thoughts. It never made sense to me. As you see, Benny and I agreed on almost every stance during this very long conversation, much longer than I remembered.
And, but we're being told that we're funneling money and we're doing this and we're doing that, when in reality, all of those people, a majority of them, come from Tennessee. And if they don't come from Tennessee, they're connected more than we are.
Correct.
Understand what I'm saying? So, like, I didn't collect no money for billboards. I did, and I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I think the cues were set up. I wasn't behind the scenes. The Discords don't make sense to me. Nobody starts them from beginning to end where you can actually understand them.
Right. And I agree with that.
You know what I mean? Like, what is the purpose of that? Why are they playing riddles and games? Like, I know I come out with my fairy tale, but there was a reason for that. You know, like, I have fought myself my way back into this community. Like, y'all weren't getting rid of me. You know what I mean? Because this is shady. And looking at it with my eyes, I seen it was shady. I seen Squall was shady. I seen SWAT was shady.
I'm still here.
There's quite a large, and I think that is one of the things. When you asked me earlier, have I seen anything crazy? Now that I think about it in terms of locals, I don't think I have. Like you in all of these cases, there is going to be sort of that local aspect, that local dynamic. But you look at the sheer number of YouTube content creators that are just a stone's throw away from that area. It's uncanny. You're like, man, that's a lot of people come out of the woodwork.
Right. For this little girl that doesn't belong to us. And mentally, we've been going through, like, I'm not going to lie, I can't believe YouTube has mentally affected me the way it has in the last year. If you understand what I'm saying. And I don't want to, and that's why I'm trying not to attack Jodisue, because I don't want to put nobody else where they're feeling like that. Oh, that's what I was getting to before. Benny, when all the fighting.
And let me fucking tell you, this shit has caused me a whole mental ass fucking breakdown. To the point I even put myself in the hospital at one point. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm the type of person that if I start something, I'm going to finish it. I came here for summer. I think Layla's missing because of the same people, and I think my friend Lisa could be possibly missing because of the same people. I've been going over this forever and ever and ever, and unless you come fucking unalive me, I'm still going to fucking be here. So go ahead, attack me, say what you got to say, do what you got to do, have fun with it. I'm not fucking going anywhere. Unless a judge literally tells me to get the fuck off of here. And so far, y'all, I ain't had no luck, so. I don't know. My luck might run out one day. Because I'm the type of person that don't give a fuck. When I believe in something, I stand up for it. I'm passionate. I want Summer found. Or at least answers for her. And I'm going to stay here and see it through till there's an arrest for her. Now, I am going to start covering other stuff. I have. Today's been a long day at Jodisue. I drank jet fuel. My coffee came out like jet fuel. I've been on here for 5 hours. My husband will be home shortly. I'm wide the fuck awake, and I might come back tonight with something different. All right, guys. Let me put this back on so we can finish Benny, because I'm still not even finished with... We finished this. Where'd it go? Oh, shit. I think I clicked out, so we're finished with it. But it was the Jodisue live in between my lawsuits. But we'll skip the rest of that. You know me, I always come back once I find something. Now it'll be on my mind. And in a couple weeks, I'll probably bring it back and we'll listen to it again. But let's finish this off.
Started, you and I were getting along perfectly fine. We were on there and I told you about the integrity. And you were agreeing with me. And then all of a sudden they all turn on me and there you go. You turned with them. That's what I mean by following the crowd. Like, people could have just sat down and listened to what I was saying. I wasn't trying to be rude or dismiss what may have happened to Squall. You understand what I'm saying? I was pointing out that her story, everybody acts different when they're a victim, okay? Everybody acts differently, but I have never personally seen somebody say, I'm scared of the person that attacked me, but I'm going to come on here and tell our story, but not show my face because they attacked me. Now, if that is that person's story and it's true, they already know who you are.
Right, you're not hiding your face from none of the people out there that already know you. You only hide your face from people that live states away that don't know you.
Right.
So that don't even make sense at all.
Like her dog's getting killed, and like you said, she said, "Can you guys hold on a minute? My family's back. Give me 1 second."
Ooh. And it made her mad now, ain't they? Ain't.
Sorry, arguing with
Yeah,
myself.
he did go in the beginning part of all this. That's what he told Lisa. That's what he told Cher. He had made that run to Kentucky. And I had asked about that run to Kentucky to Cher more than once, and she was really having an issue trying to. I mean, legitimately, she's had a lot going on in her life. It was hard to get her to slow down to find out when, like, what day did he tell you he went to Kentucky?
Yeah, there was never no straight answer on that, and then we heard it was to go see Prayer Garden, but you know they deny it, and the games that have been played in this case, they're extreme, right?
They've been some phenomenal occurrences.
They're meant to cause confusion.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like you're leading people in 20 different directions, and it all seems to be on purpose by all players, including the parents. That's just my opinion. They're purposely going on, you know, panels and starting fights with people and this, that. I can't do this. Meanwhile, all these creators, and I'm going to go as far as saying Doug, Tiffany, you, like the big AB, like we've been out there just trying to keep Summer's face out there, but yet we are the ones being accused of making matters worse when it's really not us that have done. Like I wasn't involved in fake FBI's, billboards, marathons.
Me either. I mean, I see somebody named JW. They said something about me. What I celebrated was just the information that Brad had told me there would be 7 more billboards. I mean, I didn't collect any money. I was in the area, and we had lunch and talked about it.
I donated to the marathon.
Did you?
Yeah, $20. It wasn't much, you know, but it was there because I wanted to help Summer. I thought at that time, like I was new to this at that time. And I thought, wow, what a great thing, you know, if it'll help get Summer answers.
Yeah. And you know, and I'm not here to say that it didn't get any answers. Like, you know, who knows what?
I think it brought a lot of people out of the woodwork, and it showed what real intentions are. Now, to them people, they all connect back to the billboards, Linda and Squall, mainly, you know, but do they connect the Summer being missing is the question. So are these 2 crimes, or is it 1 crime together, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I do know what you mean. And I don't know. I mean, there could have been a crime that catalyzed this, right? Like, you know, like you said, they're, you know, just speculating. Theoretically, you know, you could say, well, maybe John got into something he wasn't supposed to, and then that was the catalyst to bring somebody to offend in this way.
Right.
But you know, I think that what I think that I've always come to find out is that on the YouTube, there's so many people and there's so many opinions that once you find out what happened,
it's going to be something totally different, right?
Yeah.
And that's why it's important, and that's why I've learned, and I hope other creators will listen. Like, I'm not nobody's boss. I can't tell you what to do, but you need to state it, because some subs, like, I love my subs. Most of them are great, you know, but we do get the ones, like in real life, there are people that don't think right? And we get the ones that will believe everything they hear. They don't take it as speculation. They take it as truth. Like, for instance, all of you got to turn that in a TBI, but I have no facts. Like, I'm not the police. You can't turn every little thing in a TBI because it does crawl up there. Like, if I knew for sure, and I could go and lay my eyes on Summer Wells, if I followed the facts and they were all completely correct, I would have Summer Wells in my eyesight. Right. Same with you. You know what I mean? Like, until Summer Wells is in front of us, we can't prove anything to be true. And it's very important that we tell people that, in my opinion. I think it's very important that creators tell people this is speculation. And I've learned that. Absolutely. At the beginning, everything I was putting was, this is fact, this is fact. Well, I've grown. You know what I mean? I've had to take a step back, take a deep breath, think about it. How was I coming back? How was I going to get this out? Unfortunately, I had to do it in a tongue twister type of way. Fuck you, Jodisue. You know? But that's just, but you have to tell people, like, this is not, it's real, but it's not real. We're sleuths. We don't have badges. I didn't go to school. I don't carry a license to be a PI. I don't. Do you understand what I'm saying? We are just on YouTube speaking about what we're looking at, who we've communicated with, what we've been told, what we found through things that we pay for to find things through, like Ben Verified and Ancestry. And, you know, that's sleuthing. It's called sleuthing. It's not called I'm a cop and I can go arrest anybody.
Right. No, you're right.
And it needs to be stated, because some subs, now I'm not saying all Ians, I don't want to name nobody or nothing, you know, but some subs do take that shit to heart. Like, well, why aren't you doing this? Like, what more can I do? I've turned in the people that I've turned in. If there's anything more fishy with it, and I've done that a year ago, you know? So if there's anything more fishy about it, they'll arrest them. In my opinion, some of the people that I turned in were arrested.
Yeah.
That's all I can say, you know?
Yeah. I just do feel like it's just so telling, all of, you know, these arteries sort of pumping back to the jail. You know, like all these people get locked up, and you know, it just is a lot of moving parts right now. And
the thing is, the fact remains that these people all connect back to the Wells. They hung with the Wells. They were at their house. Don has told me himself he knows Rick. Don has told me himself that Rick was on his property helping him cut trees and fix the house.
I believe it.
You know? And Don, I think, has even said that on Daisy's. you know? So it's not just me, it's out there. It's been out there. He knows these people. He tells you he knows them. And those are the people we need to be looking at. Was they hanging with Jodisue? No. I think Andy, yeah. I think Andy and Dawn were buddies. We hear, oh, that's what I was getting ready to say earlier. I've lost my train of thought. The guy that called Ziggy, he said he's seen Andy and Dawn at Burger King together, right? This was a man that knows them. Now we know that the girlfriend worked at Burger King. Andy was cheating. We've heard other stories about this damn Burger King.
Dumb blue solo cop. We don't know what's truth and what's not. But when Blue Solo Cop came out on Ziggy's, that was his original story. He seen Andy with Dawn at Burger King. Now, Blue Solo Cop is related to Mike and Kenneth Lawson, who was part of the James Light drug bust, who Jodisue supposedly snitched on. We went over that a day or two ago.
I feel like that was a meeting place. Like, put it together. Who are you seeing together out and about? That's my speculation and opinion. Am I going to call TBI and say, hey, they were at Burger King together?
No. I agree.
So I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm just trying to make it clear to you. Like, people come in there and they're like, why didn't you turn this in? Why didn't you turn that in? Because it really does bog up real criminal investigations.
I would agree. You know,
we don't. So,
and I
they
feel like the info.
Know way more than we do.
We haven't caught up to them.
Nah. Do I think they used some of our material to go in certain directions? Maybe. Oh, sorry. Can you not make him work? Sorry. Do I think that they've watched our videos? Yeah. Do I think if our subs think that they're not watching Jodisue's every word, if they think she's a suspect, they're wrong.
Right.
They're going to look.
Ronnie Lawson has stated himself we're monitoring all social medias. So that's fact. If you think the TBI and they're not watching Summer's case where they think something might point, you're wrong. And I have also covered, and I'll cover it again, it'll be the third time, where you could put hashtags and things into your videos, and instead of calling up TBI and bogging up their system, it goes right to them, certain code words that pertain to cases. And that's any case. They monitor all of the internet, and they're monitoring anything as Summer Wells. I forget the name of it. Shit. Let me see if I can find the video. Probably not now. I'm not going to do that now. But I have a video where I've done some research on how TBI monitors and how law enforcement monitors social media. And I'm going to bring that back out and show you again. They have different programs that they use, and it's actually pretty interesting. It's worth the watch, in my opinion. A little boring, but interesting. Okay. We're almost at the end here. Just a few more moments left.
Into people that are connected to these people. I'm not connected to them. I've never met them in real life. So, anyways.
Well, I sure appreciate you for having me, and I feel like I have a lot more understanding of, you know, what I know, and I do appreciate you for that. You know, that's
I did say, Benny, I have information on my community post. That's where I'm posting things because I got a new puppy. I'm sorry, he's barking.
Oh no, no worries, no worries.
But you know, that's just I if you want to follow my research, it's in my community post. Am I going to come on live or make videos bashing? No, I'm just going to point things out and make my videos and do what I do because that's what I like to do.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to do. I'm going to do the same thing.
And I think it's smart moving forward that a lot of us creators realize, like, we have to do our own thing. We can't, like, I personally don't like being told that I'm doing things that I'm not doing, you know?
I agree.
And
now, Green Eyes, I figured that out about Andy B came to where I was thinking I was you. But the thing is, he had to find out some way that I was on the road right when I was. And the only way he could have known that, in my opinion, is if Don or Candace would have texted him, which I didn't see them do. He had a camera.
Who's Jason?
Huh?
Green Eye said Andy was looking for Jason. Who's Jason? Do we know?
Jason, JLR? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's time for the July 4th games to begin.
Yeah.
What, you mean in Tennessee? What does that mean? What's the July 4th games? Jason is a diver.
I appreciate all you guys being here Hope for Justice, JW Sly 1. Thank you, AC. AC, your
Oh,
community
Jonathan
is
is right.
interesting. I'd like to speak with you.
Funny, where'd that bitch go? Where did Annie Light Saranac go? Frank Light's sister, who turned in his thumbnail drives. You know, I think one day if I don't know who Jason was. I don't even know. Somebody said that in my chat. I don't even know what that's about. This is the end of this. I'm going to end it here. But Annie Saranac is interesting to me because she came here with Scott. She's the one that found Frank Light's thumb drives, and her and Scott pretended to not know each other, and then they're cousins. Boom. He's buying moonshine off her daddy and shit. Like, he's also cousins with Fred Hill now, too. Scott's put that out there. Like, just weird ass shit. A name Fred has said. Jason Arnold, he's dead. All right, guys, I've been on 5 hours, 14 minutes. This is very unusual for me. It's been fun. I'm like wide awake, and I swear to God, my coffee tastes like jet fuel. My husband is, however, going to be home within the next 20 minutes, so I'm going to message him and make sure he's on the bus and yes, Annie knows Squall. So does Scott, in my opinion. It's like all the locals came out playing fucking games together to cause distraction with people like me and Benny. And that's what this is, in my opinion, that you're seeing is like a couple of creators that are just trying to figure shit out. Like, why are they playing these fucking games? And then you got Amy stating people are following her with cameras and lying about the messages I put out in pictures and chicken on a stick and lawsuits and coming out here attacking Jodisue as Amy's best friend. Squall's friend related to Squall, according to Jody in the other video I was showing earlier. I didn't get much through it. That's one we're definitely going to have to go over another day. I knew this live was going to last quite some time, and I still didn't get through everything I wanted to show. But that's okay, because it makes for another live, right? More content, since Jodisue says all my contents are, and that she gave me my channel. Guess what? I'm going to keep showing it. All right, guys. I'm going to go for now. Depending on how my night goes after hubby gets back, I might be back with something else. I don't know what else yet, but it's not going to be this. Maybe some Epstein or Gotti or something. Who the fuck knows? All right, guys. Paz amore, peace and love. Maybe I'll see you in a little bit. Maybe I won't. You guys have a good night. Bye.